Tonight, we're hitting the ancient trail, but hold on to your silk robes because we're diving into the dark side of the Silk Road. It wasn't just spices and luxury goods. This trade route came with bandits, betrayal, extreme weather, and the kind of camel drama that makes modern traffic seem like a lullaby. Imagine you're a merchant, trekking across deserts hotter than your Wi-Fi router in July, all while hoping your caravan doesn't get looted halfway to Persia. Oh, and did we mention the occasional plague? So while you settle in and adjust your pillows, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, and let's begin. Year 742 CE, the prosperous city-state of Khorasan glittered under the noonday sun. A nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires, Khorasan thrived on the exchange of saffron, silk, star charts, and rumours whispered behind curtained alcoves. At its centre loomed a grand marketplace whose vaulted roof trapped the daily bustle in a ceaseless echo. Traders from Byzantium, Tang China, the Abbasid Caliphate, and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation. Among the people navigating the throng was Karia bint Yazd, a travelling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once-renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic notations in a weathered scroll. Unmarried and unconcerned with the expectations placed upon a woman of her station, she had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into the official annals. The swirl of Khorasan's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting that rare manuscripts had surfaced in a private collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumour, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by modern scholars. Korea pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passerby. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears. At last, she arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiralled up lattices under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Kazem al-Talibi, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade-green leather. Their meeting was brief. Korea offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics tablets uncovered near Samarkand, and, in exchange, Kazem relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumoured to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded gravely, accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts. Across the years, she had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censure. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Korea carefully hid the new acquisition beneath her travelling cloak. She knew better than to linger. Khorasan's seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly if power shifted. Memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other dominions haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged with a local caravan heading eastward, its leader a woman named Afsoon, who had a reputation for outmanoeuvring desert bandits. Without illusions, Karia recognised that partnering with such a skilled merchant would cost her, yet safety for the jade-bound book was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Korea paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travellers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert and studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds, but her route led even farther, along mountain trails rumoured to house hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis towns. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might lurk in the next bend of the road. Dawn arrived, painting the sky with ochre and salmon hues. Karia joined Afsoon and the other travellers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's synergy was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task, ensuring that by the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Korea walked near Afsoon, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead and introduced Korea to the caravan's unspoken rules: trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts. In these borderless regions, vigilance was currency. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Korea's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far. Intricate diagrams of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the Achaemenids, and footnotes scrawled in an unfamiliar script. If accurate, these writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page once the caravan reached a safe haven. Afsoon signalled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Korea took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Kazem al-Talibi's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text. For them, knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked sand across her path, Korea gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced. By twilight, the caravan approached a modest oasis, lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Afsoon guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray wanderers. Several travellers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the chill of desert night. Korea found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about the political tensions brewing in distant courts, others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on an otherworldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from a forgotten era. Under that quiet vault of stars, Korea couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognized oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognized Ptolemaic model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed academies. Meanwhile, Afsoon stepped away from the main group, beckoning Korea to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest, and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king." Korea, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar entrusted with a rare item. Afsoon nodded, but warned Korea that roving spies seeking advantage for rival factions often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Korea remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Khorasan, where rumour travelled like wildfire. Unable to sleep, Korea lingered by the embers of the fire after most travellers had dozed off. She studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript. Passing caravans sometimes recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of Varash, where lines of knowledge stretched back to centuries unknown. Karia wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle, scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber, and the caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field. Rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday they paused for water, rationed by Afsoon with practiced efficiency. Karia noticed that one of the other travellers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He travelled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumours of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Late in the afternoon, the caravan encountered a party of horsemen flying the banner of a minor warlord rumoured to be in league with the region's most feared bandit clans. Tension crackled through the group as Afsoon halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach. After a terse greeting, the horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict, but the encounter rattled everyone. Korea noticed Afsoon's posture remained rigid with caution long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust. The merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails less patrolled by predatory chieftains. That evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Afsoon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove half hidden behind weathered boulders. By the flicker of firelight, Korea finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part cuneiform, part unknown script, decorated the margins, each sign accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry, far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. Just as Korea's pulse quickened at the revelation, a cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish coloured his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen, a crucial letter from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Afsoon assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared, suspicion circled, and whispered accusations rippled through the group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders who had come and gone without a trace. No sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. The theft underscored Afsoon's earlier warning. In these transitory worlds, secrets attract cunning opportunists. Korea gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued, each member wary of neighbours who might conceal hidden agendas. Afsoon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Korea trudged in Stolzen silence, mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravanserai built against the side of a bluff. Its once sturdy walls had caved in and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber. Afsoon signalled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travellers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure. Scattered coals, torn blankets, suggested someone had sheltered there not long before. Since water was available from a half-collapsed cistern, Afsoon decided they would rest under what remained of the caravanserai's roof. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth as though searching for any clue. Korea drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with conversation about cosmic truths beyond mortal comprehension. She pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain alignment patterns, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity, and more a carefully constructed key. She wondered if others who sought it might comprehend its significance. Meanwhile, Afsoon prepared spiced lentils and shared them among the group, her gestures calm yet determined to maintain unity. Tension still hovered like a low cloud, with suspicions that the thieves might be part of a larger plot. Over a sparse meal, Korea gleaned fragments of each traveller's story. A textile merchant returning from Cairo, a widower heading to Samarkand to meet his estranged son, an amateur scribe hoping to gain employment in the libraries of Nishapur. Layer by layer, she sensed each person guarded secrets born of loss, ambition, or desperation. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through the caravanserai's gaps, accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and whether rumours of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Korea felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of travelling these routes. At any moment, violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Restless, Korea ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment but also of destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik shadowed in moonlight. His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and, in hushed tones, apologised if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Korea hesitated, contemplating her answer. She confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognised the hazards. No single text was worth a life, unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realising each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsoon, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed, Carrier and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travellers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of the stolen letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Carrier recognised that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Early the next day, Afsoon insisted they abandon the ruin before sunrise. Lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Korea walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled the sparse vegetation, carrying the forlorn call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruder appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills, tinted red and ochre, rose around them in jagged formations reminiscent of a broken amphitheatre. At times the path was scarcely wide enough for 2 camels to pass, dust coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into waterskins. The travellers advanced in single file, each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Korea, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. By noon they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Afsoon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small as insects against the harsh light. "Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting," she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds, though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain. No one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travellers began to show signs of heat exhaustion. Afsoon allotted extra water rations, mindful that supplies were finite. Korea's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? Would the manuscript's possible revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hearty desert shrubs. Wind wove through the stony hollows, producing a low moan that set everyone on edge. This time, Afsoon posted watches in rotating pairs. Korea volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon, while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively, but it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscript's glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he'd travelled to a mountaintop sanctuary, rumoured to house writings older than any empire. The priests there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Carrier nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumours that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest. Alone, Korea gazed at the codex, a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Afsoon came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged. Within moments, the intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Afsoon suspected they were testing the caravan's defences. Tension soared. Though no battle ensued, the message was clear, someone to track them with precision. As the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest, Korea's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order, or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified. In that uneasy darkness, she cradled her precious book, feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Dawn arrived with a brittle clarity that rendered every stone, shrub and wary expression in sharp focus. Afsoon wasted no time ordering a quick departure. The caravan assembled under a sky streaked with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty overshadowed by a need for vigilance. Camels loaded, watch rotations decided, they moved out, following a narrow winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning, the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the tough terrain, offering a chance to refill water skins. The travellers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Carrier noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Afsoon scowled, muttering about the possibility that they might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan. Eager to stay ahead, Afsoon pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Korea's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridgelines. She guessed it to be Garesh, a mid-sized trading post rumoured to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Garesh by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Afsoon signalled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a walled town as readily as outside. Approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armour. After examining Afsoon's travel permits, the guards allowed them entry in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped with stalls selling earthenware, dyed cloth and hammered bronze jewellery. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travellers, but an undercurrent of wariness ran through the crowd. Afsoon found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels and a small stable for donkeys. Carrier, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards. Nearby, a cluster of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to her. Amid these scenes, rumours floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain travelling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter, strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Korea realised the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. She conferred with Afsoon, who suggested leaving Koresh under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom-used back roads. Although it entailed more risk, waiting might let their pursuers converge. After sunset, the caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal, camels silenced with calm handling. A hush enveloped them as they slipped through Goresh's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces. Outside the walls, moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Korea clutched the manuscript, absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Guided by Afsoon's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush, Korea braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of the ambush. As the moon descended, they reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders. Afsoon called for a halt to rest the animals. Korea found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumoured city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear. But that hope remained fragile, like a candle flame in a gusty corridor. The first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage. Wearily the caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defence. Over the next hours they traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous, lined with the loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times a misstep nearly sent a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Afsoon's firm direction. Korea noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices. Their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust. From a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley, she glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-Year Mountains, rumoured to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit, even as her body complained of fatigue. Near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet trickling through a rocky defile. While watering the animals, Afsoon and Korea consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash lay 2 more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Korea felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumours that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains, yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. They pressed on, the route turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers. At each switchback, Korea saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by the intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codex. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. Late in the afternoon, the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Soon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements. Rain unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape in waves. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path. Huddled together, the travellers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. The storm raged for hours, pinning them under the overhang. Korea used the enforced pause to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath a canvas. She examined the sections she had not yet deciphered, focusing on references to a temple of horizons. The text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars from centuries past. They had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings, the futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia, the intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Korea sensed that each traveller had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal. Sometime after midnight, Korea woke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter, heart pounding. Two figures, hunched low, hovered near the pack animals. She recognized them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Afsoon emerged from the darkness like a phantom, sword drawn. A terse standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travellers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch, cold and uneasy. With dawn they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Korea conferred with Afsoon, both concluding that time was running short. If Varash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed in. Hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned like silent witnesses, and Korea whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumoured monasteries could offer refuge, and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. The final stretch to Varash proved gruelling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of an unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps, yet beyond every precarious turn a new vista opened. Crisp lakes reflecting the sky, hidden valleys studded with wildflowers, the occasional stone ruin perched on a ledge like an ancient sentinel. The extremes of this landscape both awed and unsettled the travellers. By late afternoon, the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance, the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mist swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside, the city's winding streets ascended in tiers. Houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls tucked beneath their arms. Carrier's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Khorasan. Afsoon guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard inn used by trade emissaries. Soon after settling, Korea excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels, following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn. She was searching for a specific monastery library, rumoured to house ancient manuscripts paralleling her jade-bound text. Crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs, spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices, and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travellers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Carrier approached a tall, bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Callan. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Carrier revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy predating recognised schools of thought. Intrigued, Brother Callan led her to a private study chamber lit by oil lamps. There he produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts inscribed on leather. To Carrier's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near-identical glyphs representing cardinal points beyond normal mapping. Brother Callan's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from texts salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text, cross-referencing them with genealogies, sterolters, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. However, a vital section remained missing. It was rumoured that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east, high in a remote range where few ventured. Carrier's heart sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated. The puzzle had grown more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsoon and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived that unidentified riders were poking around Varash's gates, questioning travellers about a woman scholar and her prized artefact. Their arrival here... So, the Silk Road. It sounds peaceful, doesn't it? Silk Road. The words Silk Road are gentle and serene, except it wasn't peaceful. It was chaos. Tonight, you took a wrong turn into a world where a bag of cinnamon could get you mugged, a camel could spit in your face, and that ancient healing herb you traded for might just be expired yak hair. You're trying to sell fabric, and someone's trying to sell you into slavery. One minute you're bartering, the next you're running from a warlord with trust issues, and if you're still awake, same. Honestly, it's difficult to relax after that kind of journey. However, the dusty caravan is no longer your home. You're in bed. No bandits, no suspicious monks offering magic ointment. There are only soft sheets, a quiet room, and me whispering in your mind that you have survived the most chaotic marketplace in human history. I'm going to sit by the fire and perhaps wash the metaphorical sand out of my ears. Sweet dreams, my friends, and as always, sleep tight and good night. The story of the Oregon Trail typically begins with wagons rolling west in the 1840s, but its true origins reach back much further, to pathways trodden by indigenous peoples for millennia. The Shoshone, Nez Perce, and dozens of other nations had established intricate trade networks across what would become the American West long before European settlement. These indigenous highways formed the skeleton upon which the Oregon Trail would eventually be built. The conventional narrative credits Lewis and Clark with discovering the route west, but their 1804 to 1806 expedition relied heavily on indigenous guides like Sacagawea, whose knowledge of mountain passages proved invaluable. What's less discussed is how their journey was followed by fur traders who quietly expanded these routes throughout the early 19th century. In 1811, John Jacob Astor's Pacific Fur Company established Astoria at the mouth of the Columbia River, just 5 years after Lewis and Clark's return. To connect this remote outpost with St. Louis, fur trader Robert Stewart pioneered an east-to-west crossing in 1812-13, discovering South Pass in Wyoming's Wind River Range. This critical gateway through the Continental Divide, at a relatively moderate 7,412 feet elevation, would later become the trail's most crucial geographic feature, allowing wagons to cross the Rockies without navigating treacherous, high-altitude passes. While history textbooks often present manifest destiny as the driving force behind westward expansion, economic desperation propelled many early migrants. The Panic of 1837, a financial crisis that triggered a 6-year depression, left countless Americans jobless and landless. Oregon represented not conquest but survival. As one migrant wrote in 1843, "We do not go to make war on anyone or build an empire, only to feed our children and perhaps find peace away from the banks that have ruined us." The trail's formal establishment came through an unlikely source: missionary endeavours. In 1836, Methodist missionary Jason Lee travelled to Oregon's Willamette Valley to establish a mission among the Kalapuya people. Though his evangelistic efforts yielded few converts, his letters eastward painted Oregon as an agricultural paradise. Presbyterian missionaries Marcus and Narcissa Whitman made the journey the same year, with Narcissa becoming one of the first white women to cross the continent overland. The Whitmans established their mission among the Cayuse people near present-day Walla Walla, Washington. Their letters home, describing fertile valleys and a moderate climate, caught despite downplaying the complex diplomatic negotiations necessary to maintain peace with indigenous nations whose land they occupied. Their letters captivated the nation's imagination. The Whitmans' mission would later become a landmark stop on the Oregon Trail, and the site of tragedy when deteriorating relations with the Cayuse resulted in violence. Perhaps the most overlooked aspect of the trail's formation was the role of free black settlers in establishing Oregon country. Though later Oregon legislation would shamefully prohibit black settlement, early pioneers included black Americans seeking freedom from the restrictions of eastern states. Moses Black Harris, a former slave-turned-mountain man, became one of the trail's most respected guides in the 1830s, leading multiple groups to Oregon and returning east to guide more. George Washington Bush, successful Pennsylvania businessman, led one of the first large wagon parties in 1844, eventually establishing a prosperous farm in what would become Washington state. The trail's preliminary routes were mapped by government surveyor John C. Fremont between 1842 and 1844. His meticulous reports, widely published in eastern newspapers, transformed vague knowledge about Oregon country into practical guidance, while Fremont is remembered as the Pathfinder. His expeditions relied heavily on the expertise of Kit Carson and other seasoned guides who had already travelled these routes extensively. By 1843, when the first major wagon train of approximately 1,000 people departed Independence, Missouri, the Oregon Trail wasn't a sudden inspiration, but the culmination of decades of exploration, indigenous knowledge, economic necessity, missionary zeal, and careful mapping. These pioneers weren't venturing into an unmapped wilderness, but following an increasingly well-documented route toward what they hoped would be better lives. The story of the Oregon Trail's origins reveals how great migrations rarely spring fully formed from a single catalyst, but develop through complex interplays of geography, economics, politics, and human determination, a theme that would continue as the trail evolved from a hazardous journey into America's most consequential migration route. Popular culture has reduced the Oregon Trail to covered wagons and oxen, but the 2,170-mile journey spurred remarkable technological adaptations that changed American transportation forever. The challenges of traversing a continent necessitated practical innovation at every stage, establishing a mobile laboratory for 19th century ingenuity. The prairie schooner, the iconic covered wagon, was itself a specialized adaptation of the larger Conestoga wagon used in eastern freight hauling. These wagons, specifically designed for the western journey, it weighed approximately 1,300 pounds when empty, compared to the Conestoga's 3,000 pounds. Their beds were sealed with tar to float across rivers, while their white canvas covers were treated with linseed oil for waterproofing. The hooped canvas cover wasn't merely for protection from the elements. Its shape was deliberately designed to create air circulation, reducing interior temperatures on scorching prairie days. Inventors built fortunes supplying specialized equipment to emigrants. In St. Joseph, Missouri, blacksmith Joseph Murphy developed a reputation for crafting Western wagons, with innovative features like the axles that could be greased without removing the wheels and reinforced wheel hubs that withstood the trail's punishment. By 1850, Murphy's wagon factory employed over 200 workers producing trail-specific designs. Similarly, gunsmith Horace Dimmick created the Plains rifle, a hybrid firearm combining the accuracy of a rifle with the easy loading of a smoothbore musket, perfect for travellers who needed reliable hunting capabilities without specialised expertise. Contrary to romantic notions, pioneers weren't self-sufficient isolationists, but participants in a sophisticated supply chain. Entrepreneurs established outfit registries in departure towns, essentially early information bureaus where travellers could register their skills, blacksmithing, medical knowledge, carpentry and equipment, extra wagons, tools, draft animals. These registries matched complementary parties to mutually beneficial travelling companies. One registry operator noted in his 1849 records that he had matched 17 parties with needed physicians and 11 with wheelwrights, greatly improving their prospects for safe arrival. The Oregon Trail drove innovation in food preservation beyond the familiar pemmican and hardtack. Sylvester Graham, creator of the Graham cracker, developed specialized journey cakes, fortified with additional nutrients specifically for Western travelers. More significantly, witnessing trail deaths from contaminated milk inspired Gail Borden to develop condensed milk, which he patented in 1856 after years of experimentation. His innovation, motivated by trail hardships, would later save countless lives during the Civil War and transform food preservation globally. River crossings presented some of the trail's greatest technological challenges. At major crossings, entrepreneurs established ferry services using innovative flat-bottomed craft with guide ropes. By 1850, Cornelius Oregon Smith had built a remarkable pontoon bridge across the Kansas River, constructed of empty sealed barrels as flotation devices, demonstrating how the trail spurred practical engineering. After multiple drownings at the dangerous crossing of the Green River in Wyoming, mountain man William Sublette developed a unique ferry design using indigenous-inspired bull boats, bison hide stretched over willow frames, scaled up to accommodate wagons. The risk of becoming lost prompted the development of sophisticated navigational tools beyond compasses. Thomas Jefferson Farnham published Travels in the Great Western Prairies in 1843, which included the first topographical guide to the trail, with landmark sketches travelers could identify from any approach angle. Entrepreneur J.H. Colton produced specialized emigrant maps printed on linen. These maps, designed to withstand rain and rough handling, replaced paper. Some maps incorporated innovative panoramic views of mountain passes and river crossings from multiple angles to help travelers confirm they were on the correct path. Perhaps the most remarkable technological adaptation was in the area of communication. Using tree caches, travelers developed an emigrant mail system to leave messages for later travelers. By 1850, this had evolved into a sophisticated relay system where eastbound travelers would carry letters from those further west, and established post trees became known relay points. At Independence Rock in present-day Wyoming, travelers didn't merely carve their names, they recorded detailed information about water sources, grass conditions, and Indian relations ahead, creating a constantly updated intelligence network. Some innovations failed spectacularly. The Prairie Motor of 1845, a sail-powered wagon that worked brilliantly on flat terrain until the first serious wind tipped it over, remains a cautionary tale. Wind-powered water pumps designed for trail use proved too delicate for travel, but later became staples of Western settlement. The trail functioned as both laboratory and testing ground, where practical solutions either proved their worth or were rapidly abandoned. By understanding the Oregon Trail as a corridor of technological adaptation, rather than merely a path westward, we gain insight into how the journey itself transformed America. The pragmatic innovations it demanded, from specialized transportation to food preservation, laid the groundwork for industrial developments that would reshape the nation in subsequent decades. The Oregon Trail wasn't just a geographic link connecting east and west. It was an incubator for practical problem-solving that accelerated American technological development far beyond the journey itself. While school lessons typically frame the Oregon Trail as a pioneering adventure, it was fundamentally an economic endeavor of staggering proportions. The financial realities of the migration represent one of history's most overlooked aspects of this pivotal American journey. Preparing for the Oregon Trail required substantial capital investment. By the mid-1840s, outfitting a family of 4 for the journey cost approximately $600 to $800, equivalent to about $22,000 to $30,000 in today's currency. The cost included a wagon, $85, oxen teams, $50 per yoke, food supplies, $150, tools, weapons, and numerous specialized items. Consequently, the Oregon Trail was not primarily traveled by the destitute, but by middle-class farmers and tradespeople, with significant resources to invest in relocation. Economic preparations often began years before departure. Families sold farms and businesses, called in debts, and liquidated non-essential possessions. Many worked additional jobs for several years to accumulate the necessary funds. Meticulous financial planning became a hallmark of successful emigrants. Samuel Parker of Illinois kept a remarkable preparation ledger beginning in 1841, documenting every purchase and sale made in preparation for his family's 1845 departure. His financial strategy included specifically planting flax and tobacco in his final 2 eastern harvests, crops that commanded premium prices with minimal land use. The journey itself generated a sophisticated economic ecosystem along the trail. By the late 1840s, over 150 businesses had been established at key points along the route. Trading posts evolved from simple supply caches into complex commercial operations. At Fort Laramie, Wyoming, ledgers from 1849 to 1852 show transactions not merely for supplies, but for services including wagon repair, $5 to $8, oxen shoeing, $1.50 per hoof, letter forwarding, $1 per letter, and even wagon storage for those who decided to continue on horseback, $3 per month. The development of specialized trail occupations remains largely unexplored in conventional histories. Ferrymen at river crossings could earn $500 to $1,500 during a single migration season. Wheelwrights travelled the trail, offering repairs at premium prices. Trail guides charged $75 to $150 per month for partial route guidance. One entrepreneurial individual, James Pritchard, made his fortune not by going to Oregon, but by operating a mobile blacksmith shop that travelled back and forth along the first 500 miles of the trail during migration seasons between 1848 and 1855. The economics of the trail involved sophisticated risk management strategies. Wagon companies frequently pooled resources, creating informal insurance arrangements where members would help replace lost cattle or repair damaged wagons for others in their party. Formal insurance also emerged. The Missouri Protection Company, established in 1846, offered trail insurance for 5% of the insured value of goods and equipment, with additional premiums for livestock coverage. Their surviving records show they paid claims for equipment losses, medical expenses, and even death benefits. Indigenous economic relationships with travellers were far more complex than the raiding narratives that dominate popular accounts. Many native nations established sophisticated trading relationships with emigrants. The Sioux and Cheyenne operated trading camps at critical junctures, exchanging fresh meat and moccasins for cloth, metal tools, and coffee. The Shoshone became particularly known for their horse trading expertise along the Idaho section of the trail, with documented exchanges showing they commanded premium prices for quality mounts. Far from being mere barriers to westward travel, many indigenous groups became essential economic partners, with profits from trade helping offset the negative impacts of increased traffic through their territories. One of the trail's most significant economic impacts was wealth redistribution. Emigrants frequently discovered their carefully planned supplies were too heavy for their wagons, particularly when ascending the Rocky Mountains. This phenomenon led to massive discarding of property along the trail, so much that scavenging became a profitable enterprise. Trail gleaning operations emerged, with entrepreneurs collecting abandoned items and reshipping them eastward or selling them to less prepared travellers. One Wyoming businessman, Thomas Farlow, built a substantial mercantile business almost entirely from refurbished items recovered from emigrant dumping grounds near South Pass. The financial outcomes of Oregon Trail migration varied dramatically. Studies of land claim records show that approximately 20% of arrivals achieved significant prosperity within 5 years. 60% established stable but modest holdings, while 20% either returned eastward or remained in perpetual financial difficulty. The variable outcomes reflected both the luck of weather and timing, but also the preparation and adaptability of individual emigrants. Those who arrived with specialized skills beyond farming, blacksmithing, milling, merchandising, generally achieved greater economic success than those relying solely on agriculture. Perhaps the most misunderstood economic aspect of the Oregon Trail was its role in America's first significant land speculation boom. The Donation Land Claim Act of 1850 offered married couples a full square mile of land, 640 acres, 4 times what most farmers had owned in the East. This unprecedented opportunity attracted not just settlers, but investors. Records from Portland, Oregon, show that by 1853, approximately 15% of land claims were being held by speculators rather than working settlers, with some individuals controlling dozens of claims through various proxy arrangements. The economic windfall of essentially free land represented wealth transfer on a scale rarely seen in American history. By recognizing the Oregon Trail as an economic phenomenon rather than merely a pioneering adventure, we gain insight into how it fundamentally reshaped American wealth distribution, created new commercial patterns, and established economic relationships that would define the American West for generations to come. The traditional narrative of the Oregon Trail relegates women to background figures, stalwart wives following their husbands' dreams west. Reality reveals a far more complex picture. where women were active decision-makers, skilled contributors, and occasionally the primary advocates for Western migration. Family records show women often initiated the decision to emigrate. Analysis of emigrant journals indicates that in approximately 20% of families, wives were the primary proponents of relocation. Economic opportunities specifically for women, including land ownership rights unavailable in eastern states, motivated many female-driven migration decisions. The 1850 donation epidemic diseases also spread along the trail. Egon Territory, direct ownership of half the family's land claim, a revolutionary concept when most eastern states still adhered to coverture laws, placing all family property under male control. Elizabeth Smith Geer, whose detailed 1847 trail journal chronicles her family's journey from Illinois to Oregon's Willamette Valley, wrote candidly, "It was I who wore down my husband's objections, not from restlessness, but from clear-eyed calculation of what Oregon offered our daughters." Her journal meticulously tracked the economic variables of their journey, including detailed accounting of supplies and realistic projections of land productivity in their destination, demonstrating that women were often the financial strategists of family migration. The journey itself demanded role flexibility that challenged Victorian gender norms. Women routinely handled firearms, drove wagons, and managed livestock, skills many had developed on eastern farms, but which the trail elevated from occasional assistance to necessary expertise. Rebecca Ketchum's 1853 journal includes detailed technical discussions of wagon repair techniques she developed, including an innovative method for resetting damaged wheel hubs using water immersion and controlled drying that was adopted by other travellers in her company. Medical care on the trail fell predominantly to women. While trail narratives often emphasised the dangers of childbirth during the journey, women's medical work extended far beyond midwifery. Female practitioners treated injuries, managed infectious diseases, and performed emergency procedures, including bullet extractions and bone settings. Tabitha Brown, who travelled to Oregon in 1846 at age 66, documented treating over 130 medical cases during her journey. After establishing herself in Oregon's Willamette Valley, she founded a boarding school that eventually grew into Pacific University, demonstrating how skills developed on the trail translated into institutional building in the West. Indigenous women played crucial roles in trail dynamics rarely acknowledged in traditional histories. Many served as cultural intermediaries, facilitating trade and diplomatic relations between travellers and native nations. The Sioux woman, known in records only as Mary, operated a trading post at the Platte River crossing from 1847 to 1851, where she not only exchanged goods, but also provided emigrants with critical information about trail conditions ahead. Sacagawea's famous role with Lewis and Clark established a pattern of indigenous female guides that continued throughout the trail era. Entrepreneurship among trail women manifested in various forms. Some operated mobile businesses during the journey, with journals referencing women who offered laundering services, baked goods, or tailoring at evening encampments. Sarah Bowman, known as the Great Western, due to her 6-foot height, established eating establishments at major trail stopping points in the 1840s, eventually building a network of restaurants from Missouri to California. Her business records show annual profits exceeding $5,000, an exceptional sum for the era. The trail journey reshaped family dynamics in ways that persisted in Western settlements. Trail companies typically functioned as direct democracies, with each family having a vote in decisions. Although men officially represented families in these votes, evidence from multiple journals indicates women actively participated in pre-vote discussions and strategizing. This democratic experience influenced later advocacy for women's suffrage in Western territories. It's no coincidence that Wyoming Territory was the first to grant women voting rights in 1869, with Western states consistently leading suffrage efforts. Many women who had demonstrated their capability and judgment on the Oregon Trail were unwilling to accept political disenfranchisement in their new homes. Intellectual and artistic contributions by women documented the trail experience with distinctive perspectives. While men's journals typically focused on mileage, geographic features, and livestock conditions, women's accounts more frequently included detailed social observations, emotional impacts of the journey, and cultural interactions. British traveller Isabella Bird, journeying in 1854, produced botanical sketches of over 200 plant species along the trail, many previously undocumented. Her scientific contributions were initially published under a male pseudonym, but were later recognised for their remarkable accuracy and detail. The hardships of trail life disproportionately affected women's physical health. Recent analysis of medical records and journals indicates women experienced higher rates of certain trail-specific health issues, including severe sunburn due to the bonnet designs that protected faces but exposed necks, kidney infections from dehydration and limited privacy for urination, and hand injuries from constant camp setup and food preparation. Despite these challenges, statistical analysis of trail fatalities shows women actually survived at higher rates than men, challenging the assumption of female fragility that pervades many historical accounts. Upon reaching Oregon, women's work proved crucial in establishing viable communities. Beyond domestic responsibilities, women established schools, founded mutual aid societies, and created economic cooperatives. The Aurora Colony in Oregon's Willamette Valley, founded in 1856, operated largely through women's collective management of agriculture and textile production. Their communal approach to childcare and food preparation allowed for specialised labour development that significantly enhanced the colony's productivity compared to individual family settlements. By centering women's experiences and contributions, we gain a more accurate understanding of the Oregon Trail as not merely a male-driven conquest of territory, but a complex social. The success of migration hinged on the full participation and leadership of women at every stage, from the initial decision to depart to the establishment of sustainable Western communities. The environmental history of the Oregon Trail extends far beyond picturesque wagon trains crossing pristine landscapes. The migration corridor became one of the 19th century's most significant zones of ecological transformation, creating environmental changes that remain visible today. The physical imprint of the trail itself constituted an unprecedented alteration of the Great Plains landscape. By 1850, the main route had been travelled by approximately 55,000 people driving 30,000 wagons and 350,000 livestock animals. This concentrated traffic created a road averaging 10 feet wide, but expanding to nearly 100 feet wide in places as travellers sought untrampled grass. Wagon wheels cutting through prairie sod created permanent troughs that channeled rainfall, eventually carving gullies that altered local hydrology. Modern remote sensing technologies have identified over 3,000 miles of permanent trail-caused erosion features that continue to affect water flow patterns across the Great Plains and Intermountain West. Animal ecology along the corridor experienced dramatic disruption. Bison herds, which had traditionally migrated across the plains in predictable patterns, altered their movements to avoid the trail corridor. Naturalist John Townsend observed in 1847 that bison were rarely seen within 5 miles of the main trail, creating what he called a road-shaped vacancy in their distribution. This redistribution of keystone herbivores triggered cascading ecosystem effects, altering vegetation patterns and predator distributions throughout the region. The trail's most significant and rapid environmental impact came through plant community changes. Wagon wheels functioned as remarkably efficient seed dispersal mechanisms. Studies of trail corridor vegetation show approximately 145 to 175 European and Eastern plant species were introduced along the route between 1840 and 1860. Some introductions were deliberate, as emigrants carried familiar herbs and vegetables. Others were accidental seeds caught in wagon wheels, animal hooves, or clothing. By 1855, distinct corridors of non-native vegetation clearly marked the trail's path across the plains. Not all ecological exchanges moved westward. Eastern nursery operators actively sought Western plant specimens from returning travellers. The Llewellyn Nursery of Philadelphia offered financial bounties for viable seeds of Western flowers and trees, receiving over 200 species from Oregon Trail returnees between 1847 and 1853. Many ornamental plants common in Eastern gardens today, including several varieties of penstemon and Oregon grape holly, entered commercial horticulture through these trail-enabled exchanges. The trail's most devastating ecological impact involved water resources. Immigrant parties typically travelled in spring and summer, precisely when Western water sources were most vulnerable to contamination. Each evening, hundreds of animals and humans would concentrate around limited water sources. Diaries describe streams and springs becoming muddy, trampled, and contaminated with animal waste. Epidemic diseases also spread along the trail. Cholera outbreaks in 1849 and 1850 led to infected waste contaminating water sources used by subsequent travellers and indigenous communities. creating disease vectors that reached far beyond the trail corridor. Timber resources faced particular pressure from trail travel. Each wagon party required wood for cooking and warmth, creating zones of deforestation around major camping areas. At Fort Laramie, historical photographs from 1845 show substantial cottonwood groves along the North Platte River. By 1857, these riparian forests had been reduced to scattered individual trees, fundamentally altering the riverine ecosystem and causing accelerated bank erosion. Similar deforestation occurred at all major stopping points, with ecological effects that persisted for generations. Indigenous ecological management systems, developed over centuries to maintain productive landscapes, were disrupted by trail traffic. The Pawnee practice of controlled prairie burning, which maintained optimal grass composition for both bison and human food plants, became impossible to implement safely with constant wagon traffic. The annual hunting migrations of mounted Lakota and Cheyenne bands were interrupted by the need to avoid or engage with emigrant trains. As these traditional landscape management practices diminished, ecosystem composition began shifting toward less productive arrangements. Wildlife population changes occurred with surprising rapidity. Wolves and bears, initially common along the eastern portions of the trail, retreated from the corridor within a decade of heavy traffic. Beaver populations, already depleted by the fur trade, faced additional pressure as emigrants trapped them for food and pelts at critical water crossings. Meanwhile, opportunistic species, including ravens, coyotes, and certain rodents, thrived in the modified environment, expanding their populations along the trail corridor. The trail's impact extended to climate perception and expectations. Emigrant journals reveal evolving understandings of Western environments. Early travellers frequently described the plains as a desert, not meaning dunes, but using the 19th century definition of lands unsuitable for conventional Eastern agriculture. By the 1850s, promotional literature and guidebooks challenged this perception, advancing theories that rain follows the plough and claiming settlement would transform the climate. These optimistic misconceptions would later contribute to the Dust Bowl when farming expanded into regions with inadequate rainfall. The environmental legacy of the Oregon Trail persists in subtle but measurable ways. Modern botanical surveys reveal distinct patterns of non-native vegetation still following the historic route. Genetic studies of trout populations in streams crossing the trail show evidence of historic transplantation, as emigrants occasionally transported live fish in water barrels. Remote sensing reveals persistent changes in soil composition and hydrology along the corridor, creating what scientists now term a landscape legacy that remains visible nearly 2 centuries later. By understanding the Oregon Trail as an environmental event rather than merely a human migration, we gain insight into how 19th century population movements created lasting ecological transformations. The journey wasn't simply through nature, but represented a fundamental reworking of environmental relationships that would define the American West for centuries to come. Traditional narratives of the Oregon Trail often portray indigenous emigrant relations through a simplistic binary, either romanticize peaceful encounters or sensationalize conflicts. The reality reveals a complex spectrum of cultural exchanges, diplomatic negotiations, and evolving relationships that transformed both native and Euro-American societies. Language development along the trail corridor illustrates the depth of these cultural interactions. By the 1850s, a distinct trail pidgin had emerged, a simplified trade language combining English with Lakota, Shoshone, and other indigenous language elements. This practical communication system facilitated trade and diplomacy between travellers and various native nations. Phrases documented in emigrant journals show linguistic borrowing in both directions. Lakota words for geographic features entered emigrants' vocabulary, while indigenous traders incorporated English terms for trade goods. William Elsey, documenting his 1849 journey, recorded learning 37 Shoshone expressions specifically for negotiating river crossings and livestock exchanges. Records from Fort Laramie and Fort Hall reveal the evolution of complex diplomatic protocols. Rather than random encounters, interactions between emigrant parties and indigenous nations followed increasingly formalized patterns. By the late 1840s, Lakota and Cheyenne representatives routinely met emigrant parties at specific locations, expecting ceremonial exchanges, including tobacco offerings and formal speeches, before negotiations could begin. These diplomatic rituals reflected indigenous political concepts of building alliance relationships rather than simple commercial transactions. The trail stimulated significant material culture exchanges. Trade ledgers and emigrant journals document the high value placed on indigenous-produced goods, including moccasins, parfleche containers, and specialized winter clothing. Archaeological excavations of trail campsites reveal widespread adoption of indigenous material technologies. At emigrant campsites near South Pass, fragments of parfleche containers made from rawhide show evidence of Euro-American manufacture using indigenous techniques, suggesting technological adaptation rather than simple trade acquisition. Medical knowledge flowed bidirectionally along the trail. Emigrant journals document adopting indigenous remedies for trail-specific ailments, particularly treatments for dysentery using Oregon grapefruit and willow bark preparations for pain relief. Simultaneously, native practitioners incorporated elements of Euro-American medicine, particularly in wound treatment techniques. The Journal of Margaret Scott, travelling in 1847, describes extensive medical consultations with a Shoshone healer who combined traditional plant remedies with suturing techniques learned from army surgeons at Fort Hall. Religious interactions along the trail corridor were more complex than the missionary convert narrative suggests. While some emigrants undertook explicit proselytizing, journals reveal widespread curiosity about indigenous spiritual practices. Thomas Fletcher's 1846 journal describes his family participating in the Pawnee healing ceremony when his wife fell ill, noting they found more comfort in their sincere prayers than in our own preacher's distant formalities. Conversely, some indigenous individuals selectively incorporated Christian elements into traditional practices, creating syncretic spiritual approaches that served as bridges between worldviews. Food systems underwent significant exchange and adaptation. Emigrants adopted indigenous techniques for preparing bison, processing wild plants, and finding water sources. The pemmican that became a trail staple was directly adapted from indigenous food preservation methods. Meanwhile, native communities near established trail crossings incorporated new cultivars from emigrant seed stocks into their agricultural systems. Archaeological evidence from Shoshone winter camps of the 1850s shows incorporation of European cabbage, turnips, and peas into traditional plant food inventories. Sexual relationships and marriage formed another dimension of cultural exchange, though often under problematic power dynamics. Records indicate approximately 400 to 500 formal marriages between male emigrants and indigenous women between 1840 and 1860, with many more short-term relationships. These unions sometimes created bicultural mediators who facilitated broader community relationships. Children of these relationships often served as cultural bridges. Individuals like Edward Chambreau, son of a French-Canadian trader and Chinook mother, who worked as an interpreter at Fort Vancouver and later wrote valuable accounts of shifting cultural dynamics along the trail. Gift exchanges represented a key point of cultural misunderstanding. Indigenous diplomatic traditions emphasized gift-giving as establishing ongoing relationships rather than simple generosity. Many emigrants, interpreting gifts through their own cultural lens, failed to recognize the reciprocal obligations being established. This cultural disconnect contributed to tensions when native representatives later expected reciprocal assistance or access to resources that emigrants considered their exclusive property. By the 1850s, adaptive cultural patterns had emerged in communities along the trail corridor. Indian agents' reports document indigenous groups who seasonally relocated to position themselves advantageously for trail trade, developing specialized trade goods and services for emigrants. The Lenape, Delaware, guide Black Beaver developed a successful enterprise leading emigrant parties through the most challenging sections of the trail, charging premium prices while incorporating both indigenous knowledge and Euro-American business practices. His service represented not capitulation to white expansion, but strategic adaptation to changing economic realities. The environmental knowledge exchange was particularly significant. Indigenous guides shared sophisticated understanding of Western ecosystems, teaching emigrants to identify edible plants, predict weather patterns, and locate water sources. This knowledge transfer played a crucial role in emigrant survival, but has been largely erased from popular narratives that emphasize pioneer self-sufficiency. Emigrant William Clayton's detailed 1847 journal attributes over 40 specific survival strategies to information gained from Shoshone guides, including techniques for finding potable water in apparently dry landscapes. The cultural legacy of these trail encounters shaped the developing American West in ways that persist today. Legal concepts, including usufruct rights, using land without owning it, entered Western water law through exposure to indigenous resource management systems. Agricultural techniques adapted from native practices influenced the development of dryland farming. Even Western architectural elements, including specific adaptations for extreme temperature variations, show evidence of indigenous influence. By recognising the Oregon Trail as a corridor of cultural exchange rather than simply a pathway for one-directional settlement, we gain insight into how the American West developed through complex negotiations between worldviews. The resulting cultural adaptations created hybrid practices that were neither purely European nor indigenous, but distinctly Western, a legacy that continues to shape regional identity nearly 2 centuries later. The Oregon Trail ended for most emigrants in the Willamette Valley, but its impact on American identity and geography continues. How we remember and misremember this exodus reflects our current ideals as much as it does historical events. Land modification continued after the last wagons arrived. Early environmental historian William Least Heat Moon described how path features shaped settlement patterns. About 85% of major trail campgrounds became towns, with their positions established by 19th century wagon transit. Rather than geographic advantage, route logistics determined the locations of Scotts Bluff, Nebraska, and Baker City, Oregon, showing how a transient migrant corridor permanently changed Western human geography. After the Transcontinental Railroad opened in 1869, the trail was abandoned, but its cultural significance changed immediately. Local historical organisations began erecting monuments and markers in the 1870s, starting America's most remembered migration path. Early commemorations focused on conquest and civilization, ignoring indigenous presence and the environmental costs of westward development. The 1897 Salt Lake City Pioneer Monument, with its triumphant masculine figure atop a classical column, reflected this heroic framing. One of the first instructional computer games introduced the path to American education. Minnesota instructors Don Ravitch, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger created the 1971 Oregon Trail computer simulation, which has taught generations of pupils a simplified version of the migration. Although popular for its "you have died of dysentery" moments, the game oversimplified myths of rugged individualism and eliminated complicated social institutions that permitted successful migration. The Oregon National Historic Trail was one of the original national historic routes constructed by the National Park Service during the 1970s American bicentennial celebrations. Over 300 miles of trail ruts and landmarks were preserved in this operation. The first interpretive frameworks emphasized pioneer experiences while downplaying indigenous perspectives and environmental repercussions. Modern archaeology has changed trail dynamics. Material remains from important camping places show intricate cultural interchange patterns. At Oregon Trail Crossing, sites along the Snake River, archaeological assemblages include both modified indigenous implements and European artifacts reused utilizing indigenous methods, demonstrating bidirectional cultural influence lacking from traditional narratives. These material culture studies have emphasized women's perspectives, whose household artifacts offer insights not found in male-authored writings. Genetic legacy is one of the trail's biggest yet least discussed effects. Based on population studies, 11 to 14% of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho inhabitants are Oregon Trail descendants. More interestingly, genetic markers associated with Oregon Trail pioneer families are statistically significant in Western indigenous communities, indicating extensive marriages and interactions despite societal taboos. This biological legacy undermines conventional theories of separate development and shows how intertwined these groups became. Trail environmental impacts are receiving more scientific study. Botanical surveys in the 1990s found non-native vegetation corridors following the historic route, with specific invasive species distribution still tracing the trail's passage across areas without physical remains. Nutrient profiles from thousands of livestock animals' concentrated feces continue to affect flora patterns, according to soil chemistry research. These studies show that even brief human migrations can leave lasting ecological impacts. Trail histories increasingly center indigenous tribes. Confederated Tribes of Umatilla Indian Reservation created the pioneering Tamast. Trail histories increasingly center indigenous tribes. Indigenous viewpoints dominate the Oregon Trail narrative at the trailblazing Tamast-Licht Cultural Institute near Pendleton, Oregon, created by the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. Indigenous nations are considered sovereign peoples whose territory was transected by foreign migration, not as barriers to westward progress. This interpretative method has impacted other path sites, changing the focus from conquest to intricate cultural relations. The trail evolves in American public memory. Victorialist narratives like Francis Parkman's 1849 The Oregon Trail have given way to more nuanced studies of cultural complexity, environmental cost, and various experiences. Film depictions have also changed, from John Wayne's The Big Trail 1930 to Kelly Reichardt's Meek's Cutoff 2010, which emphasises women's viewpoints and Paiute guide help. These cultural productions shape American Western historical perceptions. Digital humanities projects have changed 21st century trail scholarship. The University of Oregon's Mapping History project has generated interactive GIS overlays depicting indigenous territorial claims and emigrant pathways, contradicting the idea of empty land ready for settlement. In digitized emigrant journals, linguistic patterns like the gradual adoption of indigenous terminology for landscapes and natural features as travellers moved westward have been found, revealing subtle cultural influences that traditional historical methods miss. Climate change has led to unexpected trail junctions. Western landscapes are experiencing severe drought, revealing trail ruts formerly hidden by greenery. Extreme weather frequently threatens archaeological sites. The Oregon-California Trails Association is working with climate scientists to identify vulnerable historic places and prioritise restoration before priceless physical evidence is lost. History has compared 19th century cholera epidemics along the trail to present pandemics, exploring how earlier Americans balanced risk assessment, changed social practices, and established public health solutions under crisis situations. Medical historians have examined emigrant journals for disease signs and cures, providing historical epidemiology case studies that explain how contagious diseases spread along migration corridors. Economic evaluations increasingly acknowledge the trail's role in American capitalism's growth. One of history's largest natural resource redistributions occurred when the Trail of Tears migration transferred indigenous land wealth to Euro-American possession. This wealth transfer created financial patterns that continue to shape Western economic growth, including inequities between indigenous populations and descendants of settlers who received free land. Modern economic justice movements have highlighted these historical inequalities. The Oregon Trail's legacy is confusing for modern Americans. It symbolises inspiring determination and unsettling displacement, incredible cooperation and cultural misunderstanding, and environmental adaptability and ecological destruction. In an era of global migration and environmental change, its most important lesson may be how it shows how human movements are intertwined with natural and cultural systems. The trail's physical remnants are progressively vanishing due to the development and natural processes, but its influence on American West settlement patterns, ecology, genetics, and culture persists. These numerous aspects help us comprehend how a transient migratory corridor permanently changed a continent and continues to shape American identity nearly 2 centuries after the first wagon. Picture yourself standing in the shadow of the Parthenon, the Mediterranean sun beating down on marble columns that have witnessed 25 centuries of human folly. You're about to embark on a journey through ancient Greece's most peculiar judicial practices, a world where justice wasn't just blind, but occasionally completely unhinged. Before we embark on this journey of strangeness, keep in mind that the Greeks who devised these ancient punishments believed they were perfectly reasonable. After all, when your civilization invented democracy, philosophy, and theatre, why not get creative with criminal justice too? The ancient Greeks didn't mess around when it came to maintaining order. Their approach to punishment was like their approach to everything else: dramatic, philosophical, and occasionally bordering on the theatrical. They believed that punishment should fit not just the crime, but also serve as a spectacular lesson for society. Think of it as ancient reality television, except the consequences were decidedly more permanent. You might assume that ancient punishments were simply brutal affairs involving dungeons and executioners. While the Greeks certainly had their share of harsh sentences, they also possessed an almost artistic flair for crafting punishments that were psychologically sophisticated, symbolically rich, and sometimes downright bizarre. They understood that true justice required more than mere physical suffering. It demanded a kind of poetic appropriateness that would resonate through the ages. Take the concept of hubris, for instance. The crime wasn't just excessive pride, it was a cosmic offence against the natural order. When someone committed hubris, the punishment had to match the grandiosity of the transgression. The situation led to some remarkably creative judicial solutions that would make modern legal scholars scratch their heads in bewilderment. The Greek city-states each developed their own flavour of justice. Athens, with its democratic ideals, favoured punishments that involved public humiliation and civic exile. Sparta, ever practical, preferred methods that were both efficient and educational. The island communities developed their own maritime-themed penalties that reflected their seafaring culture. What's particularly fascinating is how these punishments reflected Greek values and worldview. They believed in the interconnectedness of all things, that a person's actions rippled outward to affect the entire community. Therefore, punishment wasn't just about deterrence or retribution, it was about restoring cosmic balance. When someone disrupted the social fabric, the punishment had to be equally disruptive, but in a way that ultimately reinforced societal norms. You'll notice as we explore these tales that the Greeks had a particular genius for matching the punishment to the personality of the offender. They studied human nature with the same intensity they applied to mathematics and astronomy. This psychological sophistication meant that punishments were often tailored to exploit the specific weaknesses or character flaws that led to the original crime. The role of shame in Greek society cannot be overstated. While many ancient cultures relied primarily on physical pain or death as deterrents, the Greeks understood that social ostracism could be far more devastating than any bodily harm. They weaponized embarrassment with surgical precision, creating punishments that would haunt offenders long after any physical wounds had healed. Religious considerations also played a crucial role. The Greeks lived in a world populated by capricious gods who demanded respect and proper ritual observance. Many punishments had religious dimensions, designed to appease divine wrath or demonstrate piety to the community. This spiritual element added layers of meaning that transformed simple legal consequences into profound moral statements. As we journey through these 7 tales of Greek judicial creativity, you'll encounter punishments that range from the ingeniously appropriate to the utterly mystifying. Some will make you laugh at their absurdity, others will make you wince at their cleverness, and a few might make you wonder if the ancients were right. Each story reveals not just how the Greeks dealt with lawbreakers, but also how they understood human nature, social responsibility, and the delicate balance between individual freedom and collective welfare. These were not merely punitive measures, they were tangible manifestations of philosophical ideas, akin to theatrical performances on the public stage. This grand tour of Greek judicial creativity begins in classical Athens, the birthplace of democracy, where a citizen's social reputation could quickly determine their fate. The Athenians had elevated public shaming to an art form that would make modern social media pylons look like gentle suggestions. Imagine being an Athenian citizen in the 5th century BC, when your reputation was literally your most valuable possession. The Athenians understood something that modern psychologists are only now rediscovering. Social exile can be more devastating than physical punishment. They developed a sophisticated system of shame-based penalties that targeted the very core of Greek identity, one standing in the community. Ostracism was the most famous, but it may not be what you think. Every year, Athenian citizens could vote to temporarily exile one prominent person for 10 years, not because they'd committed a specific crime, but because they'd become too powerful or influential. Picture the ultimate democratic timeout, where success itself became grounds for punishment. The person could return after a decade with full rights restored, but their political career was effectively ruined. The experience was akin to losing a beloved job, with the entire city functioning as your human resources department. But ostracism was just the beginning. The Athenians developed an entire spectrum of shame-based punishments that demonstrated their profound understanding of human psychology. Take the practice of atimia, literally meaning dishonour. At stake wasn't just losing face, though. It was a legal status that stripped away citizenship rights while leaving the person physically present in the community. You could walk the streets of Athens, but you couldn't vote, hold office, or even speak in court to defend yourself. You became a ghost haunting your life. The genius of atimia lay in its graduated nature. Different crimes resulted in different levels of dishonour. A tax evader might lose the right to hold office, but could still participate in religious festivals. Someone who shirked military duty might be barred from the agora, the bustling marketplace that was the heart of Athenian social life. The punishment was precisely calibrated to the offence, like a master craftsman adjusting the tension on a lyre string. One particularly creative form of Athenian justice involved the use of public monuments to shame. When someone committed fraud or betrayed the city, their punishment might include having their crime literally carved in stone and displayed in a prominent location. Unlike modern criminal records that gather dust in filing cabinets, these marble testimonials to poor judgment stood in the busiest parts of the city for generations. Imagine having your worst moment chiselled in granite and placed where everyone you know would see it daily. The Athenians also pioneered the concept of financial punishment as social surgery. They didn't just fine people, they structured fines to maximise social impact. A wealthy merchant caught cheating might have to pay not just compensation to his victims, but also fund a public festival or donate a warship to the navy. The punishment transformed private wrongdoing into public spectacle, forcing the offender to buy their way back into society's good graces through conspicuous generosity. Perhaps most ingeniously, Athens developed punishments that turned social connections into instruments of justice. If you were found guilty of certain crimes, your philetae, your tribal kinsmen, would collectively bear some responsibility for your actions. These individuals created an entire network of social surveillance and intervention. If your cousin knew he might share in the consequences of your failure, he would reconsider lending you money for a questionable business venture. The Athenian approach to punishment reflected their belief that crime was primarily a social disease rather than individual moral failure. They treated criminals like patients who needed to be reintegrated into the community rather than simply eliminated from it. Their approach required a surgical precision in their penalties. Cut too little, and the offence would fester. Cut too much, and you'd destroy the patient along with the disease. Women faced their own unique forms of social punishment in Athens. Since they were already excluded from most public life, traditional forms of civic dishonour were ineffective. Instead, Athenian law developed elaborate systems of domestic shame. An adulteress might be barred from participating in religious festivals, the one area of public life where women could shine. She would become invisible at the very moments when her community gathered to celebrate their shared identity. The Athenians understood that effective punishment required an audience. Many of their penalties were designed to be witnessed and discussed, turning the entire city into a theatre of justice where every citizen was both spectator and potential performer. Such an approach wasn't cruelty for its own sake. It was recognition that social bonds require constant maintenance, and occasionally that maintenance required public demonstrations of what happened when those bonds were broken. Now shift your perspective from the bustling democracy of Athens to the stark military efficiency of Sparta, where punishment wasn't just about justice, it was about forging the perfect warrior society. If Athens was a theatre of social drama, Sparta was a laboratory of human endurance, and their punishments reflected this fundamental difference in values. You've probably heard about Spartan military training, bullying, but you might not realise how their approach to criminal justice was simply an extension of their educational philosophy. The Spartans believed that every experience, pleasant or painful, should serve to strengthen the individual and the state. Their punishments weren't just penalties, they were lessons disguised as suffering, designed to create better citizens through carefully calibrated adversity. Consider the fate of Spartan cowards, perhaps the most despised criminals in this warrior society. Rather than execution or exile, which would simply remove the problem, Spartans subjected cowards to a fate worse than death. They were required to live among their fellow citizens while bearing visible marks of their shame. They were required to shave half their beards, don distinctive clothing, and refrain from taking part in communal meals or exercises. Imagine being permanently labelled as the only person who failed while everyone else succeeded, a constant reminder of what not to become. Such behaviour wasn't random cruelty. The Spartans understood that courage was contagious, but so was cowardice. By keeping cowards visible but dishonoured, they created living examples that reinforced brave behaviour in everyone else. The punishment served multiple functions simultaneously. It deterred future cowardice, provided ongoing education for young Spartans, and offered the remote possibility of redemption for the offender. Theft in Sparta received perhaps the most paradoxical punishment in ancient Greece. Instead of punishing the act of stealing, they punished individuals for being caught while stealing. Their decision wasn't because Spartans encouraged theft, but because they valued cunning and stealth as military virtues. A successful thief demonstrated skills that could be useful in warfare or espionage. However, catching them revealed either poor planning or inadequate execution, flaws that could prove fatal in battle. The punishment for caught thieves was brilliant in its educational value. The public flogging they endured was not merely a form of retribution. Peers administered the beating in front of the entire community, transforming punishment into a performance. Young Spartans learned about both the acceptable limits of cunning and the consequences of failure. Some historians record that particularly stoic thieves who endured their punishment without crying out were eventually praised for their endurance, transforming shame into honour through sheer toughness. Spartan women, who enjoyed far more freedom than their Athenian counterparts, faced correspondingly unique punishments. A woman who failed in her duties as a mother might be required to participate in public ceremonies where her shortcomings were ritually acknowledged. But true to Spartan efficiency, these ceremonies were designed to be educational rather than merely humiliating. Other women learned from observing both the punishment and the offender's response to it. Perhaps the most psychologically sophisticated Spartan punishment involved the practice of perioesai degradation. Citizens who violated certain laws might be reduced to the status of perioko, free residents who lacked full citizenship rights. This punishment was particularly devastating because it was hereditary. Your crime wouldn't just affect you, it would impact your children and their children. The Spartans understood that the threat of generational consequences was a powerful deterrent, especially in a society that prized family honour above individual achievement. The Spartans also developed unique punishments for military failures that went beyond individual cowardice. If a unit underperformed, the Spartans might assign them to domestic duties normally reserved for their enslaved population, known as helots. Warriors would find themselves cooking, cleaning and maintaining equipment instead of training for battle. They intended the role reversal to be so psychologically uncomfortable that it would motivate better performance in the future. What made Spartan punishment particularly effective was its integration into their broader social system. Unlike other Greek cities where punishment was often an interruption of normal life, in Sparta it was woven into the fabric of daily existence. Training exercises regularly included elements of controlled suffering, making the transition from education to punishment almost seamless. The Spartans recognized that their society's survival depended on everyone understanding and accepting their role in the collective defense of the state. Punishments were therefore designed to reinforce social hierarchy and shared values, rather than simply deter specific behaviors. Every penalty served as a reminder of what the community expected and what happened when those expectations weren't met. Their approach was remarkably forward-thinking, in its recognition that punishment should serve multiple purposes simultaneously. Modern criminologists still struggle to balance deterrence, rehabilitation, and social cohesion in their recommendations for criminal justice reform. The Spartans integrated all three goals into a system that, while harsh by modern standards, was internally consistent and remarkably effective at maintaining social stability. Your journey through Greek judicial creativity now takes you to the scattered islands of the Aegean, where communities surrounded by endless blue develop their own distinctive approaches to punishment. When you're living on a small island where everyone knows everyone else's business, and escape is only possible by boat, traditional forms of justice require some serious adaptation. Island communities faced unique challenges that shaped their approach to criminal justice. You couldn't simply exile someone to another city-state when the nearest land might be days away by sail. Similarly, maintaining prisons was impractical when every resource had to be imported or carefully conserved. This geographic reality forced Greek islanders to develop some of the most creative punishments in the ancient world. Take the island of Chios, famous for what you might call democratic suicide. When someone committed a serious crime that disrupted community harmony, they were given a choice: face trial with potential execution or drink hemlock voluntarily in a public ceremony. The twist was that the community would gather to witness the event, and the condemned person was expected to give a speech explaining their actions and accepting responsibility. The speech wasn't just punishment, it was therapy for the entire community, allowing them to process the crime and its consequences collectively. The genius of this system was that it transformed the most serious punishment into an act of personal choice rather than community violence. The criminal maintained some dignity while still paying the ultimate price, and the community avoided the psychological burden of executing one of their own. It was like a tragic play performed for an audience of friends and neighbours, with real stakes but a cathartic resolution. Maritime crimes received particularly inventive punishments that reflected the islanders' relationship with the sea. Pirates caught in island waters might be sentenced to sea walking, essentially an early form of keel hauling, where the offender was dragged behind a ship through rough waters. But the creative part wasn't the physical punishment, it was the symbolic element. The condemned pirate would be dressed in the finest clothes stolen from their victims, transforming them into a grotesque parody of wealth before the sea reclaimed, both criminal and treasure. Some islands developed elaborate rituals around the punishment of theft, particularly theft of fishing equipment or boats, crimes that could threaten the survival of the entire community. The thief might be required to fast for several days, then swim to a designated rock formation offshore, while the community watched from the beach. If the thief successfully completed the swim, the community considered their punishment complete and welcomed them back. If they failed, well, the sea had rendered its verdict. This trial by ordeal wasn't arbitrary cruelty. It served multiple psychological and social functions. The physical challenge tested the offender's commitment to redemption, while the community's witness meant everyone participated in the resolution of the crime. The successful completion of the trial demonstrated both divine approval and personal transformation, making reintegration into society psychologically easier for everyone involved. Island communities also refined their methods of punishment by using isolation instead of exile. On larger islands, criminals might be required to live alone on the uninhabited portions of the land for specified periods. They would be provided with minimal supplies and tools, forcing them to survive through their skills while remaining technically within the community's territory. Villagers would check on them periodically, creating a system of monitored solitude that combined punishment with rehabilitation. This form of punishment was particularly effective because it addressed one of the root causes of many crimes: the inability to function independently within social constraints. By forcing criminals to survive alone, the community was essentially providing intensive training in self-reliance and resource management. When the punishment period ended, the offender often returned with enhanced skills and a deeper appreciation for community support. The islands also developed unique approaches to dealing with adultery and other sexual crimes. Rather than the violent punishments common in mainland Greece, island communities often employed ritualized humiliation that involved the entire population. The guilty parties might be required to walk through the village wearing distinctive garments that identified their offence, while the community sang traditional songs that told stories of similar transgressions and their consequences. These musical punishments served multiple purposes. They provided emotional release for the community, educated young people about sexual mores, and gave the offenders a structured way to acknowledge their wrongdoing. The songs often included verses about redemption and forgiveness, creating a pathway back to respectability that was both public and personal. Perhaps most remarkably, some islands developed seasonal punishments that aligned with their agricultural and fishing cycles. Some islands banned serious offenders from participating in specific seasonal activities, such as the olive harvest, fishing seasons, or religious festivals which defined community life. These restrictions created a rhythm of punishment and reintegration that matched the natural cycles of island life. The effectiveness of island justice lay in its recognition that small communities couldn't afford to lose members permanently, but they also couldn't tolerate behaviour that threatened group survival. Your exploration of Greek punishment now leads you into the realm where justice meets divine will, where the gods themselves were believed to participate in the judicial process. At places like Delphi, where the famous oracle delivered cryptic prophecies, the lines between earthly law and heavenly judgment became beautifully, bizarrely blurred. You need to understand that for the ancient Greeks, crime wasn't just a violation of human law, it was a disruption of cosmic order that demanded divine attention. This belief led to some of the most psychologically sophisticated punishments in the ancient world, where offenders faced not just human consequences, but the perceived wrath of immortal beings with very long memories and creative approaches to vengeance. The oracle at Delphi occasionally prescribed punishments that were as enigmatic as her prophecies. When someone committed sacrilege or violated religious law, they might be told to carry water to the dry place, or feed the hungry stones. These weren't random instructions, they were elaborate metaphorical punishments that required interpretation and often years to complete properly. Consider the case of a merchant who cheated temple pilgrims. Rather than simple restitution, the oracle commanded him to count every grain of sand on the sacred beach and return when the number matches the stars. This wasn't literally possible, of course, but the merchant spent 3 years attempting the task, during which time he experienced profound personal transformation. He learned humility, developed patience, and became more familiar with the infinite nature of divine justice. When he finally returned to ask for clarification, the priest declared his punishment complete, not because he'd finished the impossible task, but because he'd become someone who would never commit the original crime again. Religious punishments often involved what you might call divine comedy, situations where the punishment was so perfectly matched to the crime that it revealed a kind of cosmic humour. A priest who had been selling false blessings was required to tend a garden where nothing would grow, spending each day caring for barren soil while contemplating the difference between genuine and counterfeit spiritual nourishment. After months of fruitless labour, he finally understood that his fraudulent blessings had been equally barren, and genuine remorse led to his eventual forgiveness. Some punishments required offenders to reenact mythological scenes, turning classical literature into rehabilitation therapy. An individual guilty of hubris might be required to spend time each day recreating Sisyphus's eternal task of rolling a boulder up a hill, but their version would be temporary and educational rather than eternal and torturous. The physical labour was less important than the symbolic understanding, learning through repetition what it meant to struggle against impossible odds and find meaning in the effort itself. The Greeks also developed elaborate purification rituals that served as both punishment and redemption. These weren't simple religious ceremonies, but complex psychological processes that could take years to complete. An offender might be required to visit specific sacred sites throughout Greece, performing designated tasks at each location while following strict behavioural guidelines. These ritual journeys were brilliant in their psychological sophistication. They removed criminals from their familiar environment, forced them to interact with strangers who knew nothing of their crimes, and provided structured opportunities for reflection and personal growth. Many offenders reported that the journey changed them more profoundly than any conventional punishment could have. Temple punishments often involved service to the gods, specifically designed to address the spiritual dimension of the crime. Someone who had broken an oath might be required to serve as a temple messenger, carrying sacred communications between different religious sites. These conditions forced them to repeatedly handle and deliver messages of truth and commitment, literally surrounding themselves with the values they had violated. The genius of religious punishment lay in its recognition that many crimes stemmed from spiritual emptiness or disconnection from community values. Rather than simply inflicting suffering, these punishments provided opportunities for genuine transformation. Offenders were given the chance to rebuild their relationship with the divine, while also serving their human community. Most remarkably, the design of some religious punishments made them impossible to complete without divine intervention. Such an approach wasn't cruelty. It was recognition that some offences were so serious that human effort alone couldn't provide adequate redemption. The punishment became a form of extended prayer, where the offender had to genuinely seek divine forgiveness to achieve resolution. Often, these impossible punishments entailed paradoxical tasks that defied conventional solutions. An offender might be told to find the beginning of a circle, or speak a word that has never been spoken. The resolution came not through completing the task, but through understanding its impossibility and accepting the need for grace beyond human achievement. What made divine punishment particularly effective was its integration of personal transformation with community healing. Religious offences harm not just individuals, but the entire community's relationship with the walls. The elaborate punishments demonstrated to everyone that the offence was being taken seriously, while providing a pathway for restoring cosmic balance. Now, as you continue your journey through Greek justice, you will enter the realm of philosophical punishment, where thinkers such as Plato and Aristotle theorized about justice and completely redesigned it. In this intellectual landscape, punishment became an opportunity to explore the deepest questions of human nature, moral responsibility, and the purpose of society itself. Picture yourself in ancient Athens, where philosophy wasn't an abstract academic discipline, but a practical tool for creating better human beings and more just communities. The great philosophers approached criminal justice with the same analytical rigour they applied to mathematics and ethics, producing punishments that were as intellectually sophisticated as they were practically effective. Plato's Republic outlined punishments that were essentially educational programs designed to cure the soul rather than simply inflict suffering. He believed that crime resulted from ignorance, not factual ignorance, but a fundamental misunderstanding of what would truly make a person happy and fulfilled. Therefore, punishment should be therapeutic, helping criminals discover the error in their thinking and choose better paths forward. Consider how this philosophy translated into practice. A thief in Plato's ideal city wouldn't just return stolen goods and pay a fine. They would be assigned to study with philosophers who would help them understand why they believed stealing would improve their lives. They would engage in structured dialogues designed to reveal the contradictions in their reasoning and guide them toward more productive ways of meeting their needs. This wasn't soft treatment, it was incredibly demanding. Imagine being required to examine every assumption you've ever made about right and wrong, to defend your choices in front of brilliant thinkers who could expose every flaw in your logic. Many criminals found this intellectual punishment more challenging than physical suffering because it required them to confront the reality of their own poor judgment. Aristotle took a different but equally sophisticated approach. He believed that virtue was a habit developed through practice and that criminal behaviour resulted from bad habits that could be corrected through proper training. His punishments were like moral exercise programs, designed to strengthen the ethical muscles that had grown weak through misuse. An Aristotelian punishment might require a dishonest merchant to spend time each day practicing small acts of honesty, gradually building up to more significant challenges. The merchant would start by accurately describing the quality of goods to customers, then progress to admitting mistakes or offering fair prices without negotiation. Each day would bring new opportunities to practice virtue, until honest behaviour became as natural as the original dishonesty had been. The Stoic philosophers contributed their own unique perspective on punishment. They held the belief that external circumstances could not truly harm a person unless they actively chose to do so. This belief led to punishments that focused on internal transformation rather than external suffering. A Stoic judge might sentence someone to spend time each day contemplating their crime and writing about what they learned from the experience. These written reflections weren't just busy work. They were sophisticated psychological exercises designed to help offenders develop emotional resilience and moral clarity. The daily practice of examining their thoughts and motivations gradually built the inner strength needed to resist future temptations. Many of these philosophical journals survived and offer intriguing details about the criminal mind's journey toward redemption. Through the development of group punishment schemes, certain philosophical schools transformed criminal justice into a form of community education. When someone committed a crime, they would be assigned to participate in philosophical discussions with other offenders, exploring questions related to their specific types of wrongdoing. These weren't support groups in the modern sense, but rigorous intellectual workshops where participants had to defend their ideas and examine their beliefs under scrutiny. The cynics, known for their rejection of social conventions, created punishments that challenged offenders to question the assumptions underlying their crimes. Someone caught cheating in business might be required to live as a beggar for several months, experiencing firsthand the insecurity and desperation that drove many people to dishonesty. The outcome wasn't just punishment, it was immersive education in the social conditions that contributed to crime. Most remarkably, some philosophers designed their punishments to be voluntary and self-administered. Offenders would be given detailed instructions for programs of self-examination and moral development, then trusted to carry them out without supervision. The community would check their progress periodically, but the real accountability came from the offender's own conscience and commitment to improvement. This approach recognised that lasting change had to come from within rather than being imposed from outside. External punishment might deter future crimes through fear, but only internal transformation could eliminate the desire to commit crimes in the first place. The philosophers understood that true justice required changing hearts and minds, not just behaviour. The effectiveness of philosophical punishment lay in its recognition that crime was often a symptom of deeper problems, confusion about values, poor reasoning skills, or lack of purpose and direction. By addressing these root causes, philosophical punishments offered genuine solutions rather than temporary deterrents. Modern cognitive behavioural therapy owes much to these ancient Greek innovations in using intellectual exercises to change destructive patterns of thinking and behaviour. As your journey through the bizarre punishments of ancient Greece draws to a close, you find yourself standing once again in the shadow of the Parthenon, but now with a deeper appreciation for the complex civilization that created both architectural marvels and judicial innovations that continue to influence our understanding of justice today. The ancient Greeks bequeathed us something far more valuable than simply colourful stories of unusual punishments. They demonstrated that justice could be creative, therapeutic and transformative rather than merely retributive. Their approach to criminal justice was fundamentally optimistic. They believed people could change, communities could heal, and society could improve through thoughtful application of consequences that served multiple purposes simultaneously. You've seen how different Greek communities adapted their approach to punishment based on their unique circumstances and values. Athens emphasized social reintegration through controlled shame. Sparta focused on strengthening both individual character and collective defense. Island communities developed solutions appropriate to their geographic isolation. Religious authorities integrated divine will with human judgment, and philosophers treated crime as an educational opportunity. This diversity wasn't accidental. It reflected the Greek understanding that justice must be tailored to specific contexts rather than applied uniformly regardless of circumstances. They recognized that what worked in a military society, like Sparta, might be counterproductive in a commercial democracy like Athens. This flexibility and willingness to experiment with different approaches provides helpful lessons for modern criminal justice systems struggling with similar challenges. Consider how Greek innovations anticipate modern developments in criminology and psychology. Their recognition that shame could be more powerful than physical punishment predated our understanding of social psychology by millennia. Their use of community involvement in the justice process foreshadowed restorative justice programs. Their emphasis on rehabilitation and transformation anticipated the therapeutic model of criminal justice that emerged in the 20th century. The Greek insight that punishment should serve education rather than mere deterrence remains revolutionary even today. Most modern criminal justice systems still struggle to balance punishment with rehabilitation, often emphasizing one at the expense of the other. The Greeks demonstrated that this was a false choice. Punishment could be educational, and education could be punitive if properly designed and implemented. Perhaps most importantly, the Greeks understood that effective justice required community participation. Crime wasn't just a matter between offender and victim, but a disruption of social fabric that required collective healing. Their punishments were designed to engage the entire community in the process of restoration, ensuring that everyone learned from each instance of wrongdoing. This communal approach to justice offers a stark contrast to the increasingly impersonal nature of modern legal systems, where justice is administered by professional bureaucrats with little connection to the communities affected by crime. The Greek model suggests that justice is too important to be left entirely to specialists. It requires the active participation of ordinary citizens who understand local conditions and relationships. The creativity of Greek punishment also challenges our assumptions about the purposes of criminal justice. Rather than focusing primarily on deterrence or retribution, they emphasize transformation and education. They ask not just how can we prevent this crime from happening again, but also, how can we use this opportunity to create better people and stronger communities? Their willingness to experiment with different approaches, from the theatrical humiliation of Athens to the military discipline of Sparta to the philosophical dialogue of the academies, demonstrates the value of treating justice as an ongoing experiment rather than a fixed system. They were constantly learning from their experiences and adapting their methods based on what worked and what didn't. Modern criminal justice reformers are rediscovering many Greek innovations: therapeutic courts that address underlying causes of criminal behaviour, community service programs that connect offenders with the people they've harmed, and restorative justice processes that emphasise healing over punishment. These contemporary developments suggest that the Greeks were onto something profound in their approach to justice. As you reflect on these ancient stories, consider how they challenge contemporary assumptions about crime and punishment. The Greeks remind us that justice is not a natural phenomenon with fixed laws, but a human creation that reflects our values, priorities, and understanding of human nature. Their bizarre punishments were actually sophisticated attempts to solve timeless problems. How do we maintain social order while preserving individual dignity? How do we deter crime while offering opportunities for redemption? How do we balance the needs of victims, offenders, and the broader community? The Greek legacy in criminal justice is not a set of specific practices to be copied, but an approach to thinking about justice that remains relevant across cultures and centuries. They taught us that punishment can be art, justice can be creative, and even serious crimes can be learning opportunities. Their most important lesson may be that justice, like democracy and philosophy, requires active participation from thoughtful citizens willing to experiment with new approaches and learn from both successes and failures. The bizarre punishments of ancient Greece were not the products of primitive brutality, but sophisticated attempts by civilized people to create a more just society, an aspiration that remains as relevant today as it was 25 centuries ago. Thomas Whitmore's lungs had forgotten what clean air tasted like. Each morning brought the same ritual, a violent coughing fit that painted crimson droplets across his wash basin, followed by the bitter knowledge that another day of breathing fire awaited him. The year was 1852, and Manchester's sky wore a permanent shroud of industrial smoke that transformed dawn into a sickly amber twilight. He dressed by candlelight in the cramped quarters above Morrison's Fire Brigade Station, pulling on wool stockings that never quite dried, and boots whose leather had been scorched so many times they resembled charcoal more than hide. The primitive fire station housed 12 men in conditions that would shame a prison warden, but Thomas had learned not to complain. Complaints were about luxury items, and luxury belonged to the mill owners whose factories they risked their lives to protect. The bell's harsh clang shattered the pre-dawn silence, sending ice through Thomas's veins despite the cold-warmed air. Another mill fire erupted. There was always another mill fire. The textile factories of industrial England burned with the regularity of sunrise, their wooden frames and cotton-stuffed interiors creating funeral pyres that could be seen from neighbouring counties. Thomas grabbed his leather helmet, cracked along the crown from falling timber, and joined the thunderous stampede down the station's narrow stairs. Outside, the grimy glory of Manchester was revealed. The streets gleamed with a perpetual slick of industrial waste, horse manure, and human filth that made every step treacherous. Gas lamps flickered weakly through the perpetual haze, casting ghostly circles of yellow light that barely penetrated the smoke-thick air. The city had grown too fast, its medieval street plan completely inadequate for the massive horse-drawn fire engines that now careened through its narrow arteries. Thomas hauled himself onto the side of the engine as it lurched into motion, the horse's hooves striking sparks from cobblestones worn smooth by endless industrial traffic. The leather fire hose coiled beside him like a sleeping serpent, its canvas skin stiff with accumulated soot and chemical residue. These hoses leaked profusely, often burst under pressure, and delivered water with all the force of a garden sprinkler, but they represented the cutting edge of firefighting technology, in an age when most blazes were fought with bucket brigades and prayer. The mill district loomed ahead, a landscape from Dante's imagination, where towering brick chimneys pierced the sky like accusatory fingers. Steam engines coughed and wheezed behind the rhythmic pounding vibrated through the grimy windows, creating a constant industrial heartbeat. Between the factories, ramshackle tenements housed the workers in conditions that would make medieval peasants weep. Entire families crowded into single rooms, sharing their space with rats, disease, and the ever-present threat of fire. As they rounded the corner onto Bridgewater Street, Thomas saw their destination. Pemberton's cotton mill, its upper floors already crowned with flames that danced against the smoke-dark sky like a demonic ballet. The fire had started in the picking room. They always started in the picking room, where cotton fibres floated through the air like combustible snow, waiting for a single spark from the gas lighting, or an overheated steam pipe to transform the workspace into an inferno. Workers streamed from the building in panic, their faces blackened with soot, many clutching burned hands or nursing singed hair. Among them stumbled children, some barely 10 years old, who had been operating the spinning machinery when the fire erupted. The sight of these young faces, aged beyond their years by industrial labour, and now marked by terror, reminded Thomas why he had chosen this profession, despite its countless horrors. The mill owner, Mr. Pemberton himself, stood across the street in his fine wool coat and polished boots, calculating his losses with the same dispassionate precision he used to calculate his profits. Insurance would cover the building, but not the disruption to production. Tomorrow, he would simply relocate his operations to another mill and resume grinding human lives into cotton thread and shareholder dividends. Thomas checked his equipment one final time: a crude leather speaking trumpet for coordinating with his fellow firefighters, a hand axe for breaking down doors and clearing debris, and a length of rope that served as both lifeline and last resort. No breathing apparatus existed. Firefighters simply held their breath or breathed through wet cloth when the smoke became unbearable. The firefighters wore no protective clothing apart from their thick wool coats and leather helmets. They lacked radio communication, hydraulic ladders, and foam suppressants. There were only 12 men equipped with hand-pumped engines who were determined to stop the fire from engulfing the entire district. The heat hit Thomas like a physical blow as they approached the burning mill, the flames creating their own weather system of updrafts and downdrafts that sent burning debris spiralling through the air like deadly confetti. The temperature difference between the fire and the frigid Manchester air created sudden wind shears that could knock a man off his feet or redirect flames in unexpected directions. The Pemberton Mill fire revealed its true character as Thomas and his crew established their position. What appeared from a distance to be a manageable blaze transformed into a multi-headed monster that defied every principle of 19th century firefighting. The flames had found the mill's ventilation system, utilising the carefully designed airflow that prevented workers from suffocating on cotton dust and allowed the fire to spread throughout the building with terrifying efficiency. Thomas's crew chief, Captain Morrison, shouted orders through the chaos, his voice barely audible above the roar of flames and the screaming of steam engines. With 20 years of firefighting experience under his belt, the captain's face was marked with scars from flying sparks, and his left hand was missing 2 fingers due to a rope burn that had gone septic. In an era before workers' compensation or medical benefits, Morrison's wound served as both a badge of honour and a painful reminder of the profession's costs. The hand-pumped engines positioned themselves along the street, their crews settling into a brutal rhythm that would persist until the fire was extinguished or the men succumbed to exhaustion. 2 men operated each pump handle, working in shifts of 30 seconds before switching off, while a third man aimed the leather hose and prayed it wouldn't burst from the modest pressure that they could generate. The pumps delivered perhaps 50 gallons per minute at their peak, a pathetic trickle compared to modern standards, but revolutionary technology in 1852. Thomas found himself assigned to search and rescue, the deadliest job in a profession where death was a frequent visitor. Mill fires were particularly treacherous because the building's wooden floors and supports could collapse without warning, transformed by heat into elaborate death traps. The textile machinery itself became another hazard. Massive spinning wheels and looms turned into twisted metal sculptures that could impale or crush anyone unfortunate enough to encounter them in the smoke-filled darkness. He wrapped a wet cloth around his face and plunged into the mill's ground floor where the air hung thick enough to cut with a knife. The temperature climbed steadily as he ascended the building's rickety stairs, each step taking him deeper into an environment hostile to human life. Gas lamps had exploded throughout the building, their broken fixtures creating additional fire sources while leaving the interior in near-total darkness. The mill's layout followed the industrial efficiency principles that maximise production while minimising worker comfort or safety. Narrow aisles between massive machines left little room for evacuation, while the building's few exits concentrated workers into bottlenecks during emergencies. Windows were small and high, designed to prevent workers from being distracted by the outside world rather than to facilitate escape. Thomas navigated by feel and instinct, calling out for survivors while trying to maintain his sense of direction in the maze-like interior. On the second floor he found her, Mary O'Brien, a spinner whose skirts had caught fire from a fallen gas fixture. She lay unconscious beneath an overturned loom, her breathing shallow and laboured. The flames had spread to her hair before she managed to smother them, leaving patches of scalp visible through the burned strands. Thomas lifted her carefully, knowing that burns covered much of her body beneath the charred fabric of her work dress. The journey back to the stairs became a nightmare of disorientation and mounting heat. The fire had spread across the ceiling above them, creating a canopy of flame that dropped burning debris like rain. Thomas's wool coat began to solder, the heavy fabric protecting his skin while slowly cooking him from the outside in. His leather helmet grew hot enough to brand flesh, but removing it would expose his head to the falling embers that filled the air. Halfway down the stairs, the building shuddered. Thomas felt the floor beneath his feet sag ominously as the fire consumed the structural supports. Somewhere above them, a steam engine's boiler exploded, creating a tremor throughout the building that cracked walls and shattered the few remaining windows. The mill was dying, its industrial skeleton collapsing under the assault of flames and superheated air. Thomas emerged from the building just as the roof began its final collapse. Mary O'Brien's unconscious form draped across his shoulders. His fellow firefighters rushed to help, but their faces told him what he already knew: she would likely die from her injuries. Burns covering more than 30% of the body were almost invariably fatal in an era before antibiotics, IV fluids, or skin grafts. The best they could offer was laudanum for the pain and perhaps a priest for the end. Behind them, the Pemberton Mill continued its spectacular destruction. The fire had found the building's main steam engine, a massive beast that powered the entire facility's machinery. As the flames heated its boiler beyond safe limits, the engine began to scream, literally scream, as steam escaped through safety valves that had never been designed for such extreme conditions. The sound pierced the air like the death cry of some industrial dragon, audible for miles across Manchester's smoke-shrouded landscape. Thomas set Mary O'Brien gently on a stretcher improvised from mill workers' coats, then turned back toward the building. Captain Morrison grabbed his arm, shaking his head grimly. "She's gone, lad! The whole upper floor's coming down." But Thomas had heard something else. A child's cry from the building's far end, where the mill's newest workers operated the smallest spinning machines. 10-year-old fingers were perfect for threading the delicate machinery, and mill owners had learned to exploit this anatomical advantage with ruthless efficiency. Now those same small hands were trapped somewhere in the collapsing structure, and every second of delay meant another young life would be consumed by industrial progress. The mill's east wing housed what the workers grimly called the children's floor, a cramped, poorly ventilated space where boys and girls as young as 8 operated the piecing machines that connected broken cotton threads. Their small stature allowed them to crawl beneath the spinning machinery to collect waste cotton, while their nimble fingers could perform repairs that would take adult workers twice as long. Mill owners justified this exploitation as industrial training, preparing the next generation for lives of productive labour, while conveniently ignoring the stunted growth, respiratory diseases, and frequent accidents that marked these young workers like brands. Thomas could hear them before he saw them. High-pitched cries of terror echoing from the building's southeast corner, where the children's workstation occupied a space barely larger than a residential parlour. The fire had not yet reached this section, but smoke was pouring through the floorboards from the conflagration below, creating a toxic fog that would kill as efficiently as flames. These children had nowhere to run. The mill's design trapped them behind rows of machinery, accessible only through narrow passages that adult rescuers could barely navigate. He dropped to his hands and knees, crawling beneath the spinning frames toward the sound of crying. The air near the floor was slightly cleaner, but it was still thick enough to burn his throat with every breath. His leather helmet scraped against the machinery above him, dislodging years of accumulated cotton dust that fell like industrial snow. This dust, he knew, would ignite at the slightest spark, transforming the confined space into a powder keg. The first child he found was Billy Henderson, 11 years old and barely 4 feet tall, his growth stunted by years of malnutrition and industrial labour. Billy operated a scavenging machine that collected waste cotton from beneath the spinning frames, a job that required him to spend 10 hours daily in a space designed for someone half his size. Now he crouched, frozen with terror, his work clothes soaked with the machine oil that could ignite at any moment. "Come on, lad," Thomas whispered, extending his hand through the maze of mechanical components. "We're going out together, you and me." Billy's eyes were wide with shock, but he managed to grasp Thomas's outstretched fingers. The boy weighed perhaps 60 pounds, his body wasted by the combination of factory work and poverty that characterised a working-class childhood in industrial England. Behind Billy, Thomas could see other small forms huddled in the smoke, perhaps half a dozen children trapped by the collapsing mill's deadly geometry. The machinery that had employed them now imprisoned them, its iron arms and wooden frames creating a lattice of obstacles between the children and any possible escape route. Moving them one by one would take too long. The floor beneath them was already beginning to sag as the fire consumed the building's structural supports. Thomas made a decision that violated every principle of safe rescue work. Instead of retreating with Billy, he pushed deeper into the machinery maze, gathering children like a shepherd collecting his flock. Sarah Mitchell, 9 years old, her hands permanently stained with machine dyes. Peter Shaw, 10, who had lost the tip of his index finger to a spinning wheel the previous month. Jenny Coleman, barely 8, who earned 6pence a day threading bobbins for her family's survival. The heat was becoming unbearable, the smoke so thick that Thomas could barely see his hands. His wool coat had begun to smoulder in earnest, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning wool. The children clung to him with desperate strength, their small faces blackened with soot and streaked with tears. He could feel their terror through their trembling bodies, these young victims of industrial progress who had never known childhood as anything but labour. "Hold on to each other," he commanded, his voice hoarse from smoke inhalation. "We're going out together, all of us." He formed them into a human chain, the oldest children supporting the youngest, while he led them through the maze of machinery toward what he hoped was still a navigable exit. The building groaned around them, its death throes accompanied by the sound of splintering wood and collapsing masonry. The stairs had become a furnace. Thomas could see flames licking up through the gaps between steps, while the banister glowed red-hot from the heat below. The children behind him began to whimper as the temperature climbed beyond endurance, but retreat was no longer possible. The mill's upper floors were collapsing section by section, creating a domino effect that would soon reach their position. Thomas wrapped his coat around as many children as possible, using his body as a shield against the radiant heat that filled the stairwell. His exposed skin began to blister, the leather of his helmet so hot it burned his scalp through his hair. Step by step they descended through an environment that seemed more like biblical hell than an English textile mill. Jenny Coleman stumbled, her small legs finally giving way to exhaustion and terror. Thomas swept her up without breaking stride, her tiny body weighing almost nothing against his smoke-filled chest. Behind them, the children's workroom erupted in flames as the fire finally found the accumulated cotton dust and machine oil. The explosion sent a pillar of flame shooting up through the building's core, illuminating their escape route with hellish brilliance. They emerged from the building just as the mill's main chimney began to crack. The massive brick structure, weakened by the intense heat and thermal expansion, developed a visible fissure that ran from its base to its crown. Thomas hurried the children away from the building as chunks of masonry began to rain down around them, each impact sending tremors through the already unstable street. Captain Morrison met them with a mixture of relief and amazement. "6 of them," he said, counting the soot-covered children who clustered around Thomas like chicks around a hen. "How in God's name did you get 6 of them out?" Thomas didn't answer immediately. He was too busy checking each child for injuries, his trained eye cataloguing burns, cuts, and the signs of smoke inhalation that could prove fatal in the hours to come. As they watched from across the street, the mill began to collapse in earnest. 5 stories of industrial architecture pancaked into rubble, sending up a cloud of dust and debris that obscured the surrounding buildings. The sound was indescribable, not just the crash of falling masonry, but the death scream of an entire industrial ecosystem. Steam engines, textile machinery, raw cotton, and human dreams were all compressed into a smoking pile of debris that would continue to burn for 3 more days. Manchester's atmosphere had been transformed by industrial progress into something barely recognisable as air. The city's hundreds of mill chimneys released a constant stream of coal smoke, chemical vapours, and cotton dust that created a permanent atmospheric soup thick enough to taste. For firefighters, this toxic environment posed a daily challenge to their respiratory systems, threatening their lives decades before the onset of old age. Thomas stood outside the collapsed Pemberton Mill, drawing what power passed for fresh air into lungs that felt lined with sandpaper. Each breath brought a cocktail of sulfur dioxide from coal combustion, chlorine gas from textile bleaching operations, and microscopic particles of cotton, wool, and coal dust that would embed themselves permanently in his lung tissue. The children he had rescued coughed beside him, their small lungs struggling to process air that contained more industrial waste than oxygen. The fire brigade's primitive medical knowledge offered no protection against these airborne toxins. Firefighters occasionally held wet cloths over their faces during particularly smoky fires, but their methods provided minimal filtration against the complex chemical mixture that constituted Manchester's atmosphere. No one understood the long-term health consequences of chronic exposure to industrial pollutants, though the city's mortality statistics told a grim story that civic leaders preferred to ignore. Dr. Henry Ashworth, one of Manchester's few physicians willing to treat working-class patients, arrived at the fire scene to examine the rescued mill workers. His presence was unusual. Most doctors refused to venture into the industrial districts, claiming their practices required them to focus on patients who could afford their fees. Ashworth was different, a Quaker whose religious beliefs compelled him to treat all patients regardless of their ability to pay. "Bring the children here," Ashworth called to Thomas, setting up a makeshift examination area using crates from a nearby warehouse. His medical bag contained the era's limited arsenal against burns and smoke inhalation, laudanum for pain, sal volatile for fainting, and clean bandages that would be as precious as gold in the days to come. He began with Jenny Coleman, the youngest victim, whose small body showed the telltale signs of severe smoke inhalation. Her breathing is compromised, the doctor told Thomas quietly, using medical terminology to spare the child additional fear. The superheated air has damaged her throat and lungs, without proper treatment. He left the sentence unfinished, but Thomas understood. Jenny would likely die within days, her small body unable to recover from injuries that would challenge a healthy adult. The other children fared slightly better, but all exhibited signs of respiratory damage that would affect them for the rest of their lives. Peter Shaw's hands were severely burned from grabbing hot machinery during his escape, while Sarah Mitchell had inhaled enough toxic smoke to leave her with a chronic cough that would never fully heal. These children, if they survived, would join Manchester's growing population of industrial invalids, workers whose bodies had been broken by the machinery of progress. Dr. Ashworth moved among the adult mill workers with growing alarm. The fire had released chemicals from the textile manufacturing process that created a toxic atmosphere even more dangerous than usual. Bleaching agents had mixed with cotton dust and coal smoke to produce compounds that attacked the respiratory system with particular viciousness. Several workers showed signs of chemical pneumonia, their lungs filling with fluid as their bodies tried to protect themselves from the poisonous air. "This is worse than anything I've seen," Ashworth confided to Thomas as they watched the mill's ruins continue to smoulder. "The fire has created chemical compounds that don't exist in nature. We're watching the birth of an industrial disease, and we have no idea how to treat it." His words proved prophetic. Within a generation, Manchester would become synonymous with respiratory illness, its residents suffering from conditions that doctors struggle to understand, much less cure. Thomas felt the toxins working on his body as he helped organise the rescue efforts. His throat burned with each breath while his eyes streamed continuously from the chemical irritation. His chest felt tight, as though invisible bands were constricting his lungs, making each inhalation a conscious effort. Around him, his fellow firefighters showed similar symptoms, their faces flushed and their breathing laboured, despite their years of experience with smoke-filled environments. The city's response to the toxic air crisis revealed the industrial age's priorities with brutal clarity. Mill owners demanded that their workers return to the neighbouring factories immediately, claiming that production delays would harm Manchester's economic competitiveness. Local authorities focused on clearing the rubble to restore traffic flow, showing little concern for the health consequences of disturbing the contaminated debris. Only Dr. Ashworth and a handful of religious leaders seemed to recognise the human catastrophe unfolding in the smoke-filled streets. Captain Morrison gathered his men for the journey back to the fire station, his face grim with the knowledge that their work was far from over. The industrial district of Manchester housed dozens of mills similar to Pemberton's, each posing a potential hazard due to their combustible materials and insufficient safety precautions. The fire they had just fought would be followed by others, an endless cycle of destruction and rescue that consumed firefighters' lives as efficiently as it consumed buildings. As they loaded their equipment onto the horse-drawn engines, Thomas noticed that several of his colleagues were coughing up blood, a sure sign that the toxic smoke had damaged their lungs beyond the body's ability to repair. These men would continue working because they had no choice. Firefighters who couldn't perform their duties simply starved, as no disability benefits or medical pensions existed for public servants injured in the line of duty. The journey back through Manchester's streets revealed the industrial apocalypse in its full horror. The permanent haze that hung over the city had thickened from the mill fire, reducing visibility to a few yards and turning the afternoon into perpetual twilight. Gas lamps burned continuously, their flames struggling to penetrate the toxic fog that enveloped the city like a burial shroud. The Morrison Fire Brigade station stood as a monument to society's half-hearted commitment to public safety, its cramped quarters and primitive equipment reflecting the industrial era's priorities with depressing accuracy. Built in 1845 as Manchester's textile wealth reached its peak, the station housed state-of-the-art firefighting technology that would have been considered inadequate 50 years earlier. The building's designer had clearly never witnessed an actual fire, creating a facility that prioritised architectural appearance over practical function. Thomas climbed wearily from the fire engine, his body aching from the physical demands of rescue work and the toxic assault of Manchester's poisoned air. The station's equipment bay revealed the pathetic arsenal available to firefighters in the industrial age. Leather hoses that leaked more water than they delivered, hand-pumped engines that required 8 men to operate effectively, and wooden ladders whose rungs had been charred and weakened by repeated exposure to flames. The fire engine itself represented the pinnacle of 1852 technology, a steam-powered pump mounted on a horse-drawn chassis that could, under ideal conditions, deliver water at pressures approaching those of a modern garden hose. The boiler required 20 minutes to build steam from a cold start, assuming someone had remembered to keep it supplied with coal and water. During fires, this delay often meant the difference between saving a building and watching it collapse into rubble. Captain Morrison initiated the post-fire equipment inspection with a weary resignation reminiscent of a man who had carried out this ritual countless times. The leather hoses showed new splits and tears from the superheated environment, their canvas reinforcement charred beyond reliable use. The brass nozzles had warped from exposure to extreme temperatures, creating irregular spray patterns that reduced their effectiveness even further. Most of the hand tools, axes, pry bars and rope showed signs of heat damage that would make them unreliable in future emergencies. Henderson, Morrison called to the station's senior firefighter, a grizzled veteran whose left arm hung useless from an injury sustained during the Great Warehouse Fire of 1849. Take inventory of the hose sections. Please identify the sections that require patching and those that need complete replacement. Henderson nodded grimly, knowing that replacing entirely meant submitting requests to the City Council that would be debated for months, while fires continued to consume Manchester's industrial districts. The station's primitive communication system consisted of a single bell that could be heard perhaps 6 blocks away on a quiet day, but was often lost in the industrial cacophony that filled Manchester's streets. Fire reporting relied on runners or mounted messengers who often arrived at the station long after flames had established themselves beyond any hope of control. Thomas had responded to fires that had been burning for hours before anyone thought to summon professional firefighters, arriving to find only smouldering ruins and charred corpses. A corner of the equipment bay held medical supplies, a testament to society's high expectations for firefighter survival. A few rolls of bandages, a bottle of laudanum, and some sal volatile represented the brigade's entire medical arsenal. No provisions existed for treating burns, smoke inhalation, or the countless injuries that firefighters sustained during rescue operations. Fires simply claimed the lives of men seriously injured, adding their bodies to the growing casualty list of the Industrial Revolution. The sleeping quarters above the equipment bay housed 12 men in conditions that would shame a medieval monastery. Narrow cots arranged in military formation left barely enough room to walk between them, while a single window provided the only ventilation for the entire space. During summer months, the combination of body heat and smoke-saturated clothing created an atmosphere that rivaled the fires they fought for sheer unpleasantness. Thomas meticulously inspected his personal equipment as if his life relied on its dependability. His leather helmet bore new scorch marks from the mill fire, the protective coating blistered and peeling from exposure to extreme heat. The speaking trumpet he used to coordinate rescue efforts had developed a crack along its length that would reduce its effectiveness in noisy environments. His rope showed signs of heat damage that could cause it to fail under stress, leaving him stranded in a burning building. The brigade's horses occupied stalls adjacent to the main building, their care consuming a significant portion of the department's modest budget. These animals were essential to firefighting operations, but they required constant maintenance and were vulnerable to the same toxic atmosphere that plagued human residents. Several horses had died from respiratory ailments caused by chronic exposure to industrial smoke, their replacement representing a financial burden that stretched the brigade's resources beyond their limits. Water supply presented another insurmountable challenge in Manchester's industrial environment. The city's water mains, designed for domestic use rather than firefighting, could not provide adequate pressure or volume for serious blazes. Firefighters often found themselves competing with industrial users for access to water, while mill owners who controlled private water sources frequently refused to make them available during emergencies. The economic realities of firefighting in industrial England created a system where property owners' ability to pay determined the level of protection they received. Wealthy mill owners could purchase private fire insurance that included dedicated firefighting services, while working-class neighbourhoods relied on municipal brigades that were chronically underfunded and understaffed. Thomas had witnessed the destruction of buildings as firefighters, lacking the necessary equipment or authority to intervene in fires affecting uninsured properties, stood helplessly nearby. Captain Morrison called the brigade together for their daily briefing, his weathered face showing the cumulative effects of decades spent breathing smoke and toxic fumes. The Pemberton Mill fire consumed 6 lives, he announced, his voice heavy with the weight of repeated tragedy. 3 children and 3 adults died from smoke inhalation, while 14 others remain in the hospital with injuries that may prove fatal. The mill itself is a total loss, representing £40,000 in damage to the building and machinery. The human cost of the fire would extend far beyond the immediate casualties. Families who had lost their primary wage earners would face destitution in an era before social safety nets or workers' compensation. Children orphaned by industrial accidents became burdens on an overwhelmed charity system that could provide only the most basic subsistence. The mill workers who survived would face unemployment until new facilities could be constructed, assuming they could find employers willing to hire workers with visible burn scars or respiratory damage. Manchester's industrial districts never truly slept, their machinery clattering through the night hours while skeleton crews maintained production schedules that recognised no distinction between day and darkness. For firefighters, this meant that emergencies could strike at any hour, pulling exhausted men from their meagre rest to face blazes that seemed even more terrifying when illuminated only by their flames and the feeble glow of gas street lamps. Thomas had been asleep for perhaps 2 hours when the alarm bell shattered the station's relative quiet, its urgent clanging echoing off the brick walls of the sleeping quarters. Around him, 11 other men rolled from their cots with the practiced efficiency of soldiers responding to battle stations, pulling on boots and coats that never had time to fully dry between calls. The station's single oil lamp cast dancing shadows that transformed familiar equipment into menacing shapes, while outside the building, Manchester's perpetual industrial fog muffled all sound except the insistent demand of the alarm. Captain Morrison appeared in the doorway, his face grim in the lamplight. "Whitworth Mill on Deansgate," he announced tersely. "Multiple floors are involved, and there are reports of workers trapped inside." The men needed no further explanation. Whitworth Mill represented one of Manchester's largest textile operations, a 6-storey monument to industrial efficiency that employed nearly 300 workers across its various departments. A fire in such a facility could easily become a catastrophe that would dwarf the previous day's Pemberton Mill disaster. The night journey through Manchester's streets revealed the industrial city's nocturnal character, a landscape of glowing furnaces and smoking chimneys that painted the fog with hellish colours. Gas lamps flickered weakly through the permanent haze, their light barely penetrating the toxic atmosphere that filled the narrow streets. The horse-drawn fire engine clattered over cobblestones slick with industrial waste and condensed chemical vapours, its iron wheels striking sparks that briefly illuminated the grim faces of night shift workers heading home from 12-hour shifts in the mills. Whitworth Mill announced itself from several blocks away, its upper floors crowned with flames that rose higher than the surrounding buildings and cast an orange glow that penetrated even Manchester's industrial fog. Before anyone thought to summon the brigade, the fire had been burning for some time, spreading throughout the building's upper levels, while workers on the lower floors continued their tasks, blissfully unaware of the disaster unfolding above them. Thomas immediately realised that this fire would challenge the limits of their outdated equipment and methods. The building's height made it impossible to reach the upper floors with their ladders, while the intensity of the flames suggested that the fire had found the mill's stored cotton and was feeding on thousands of pounds of combustible material. Workers streamed from the building's ground floor exits, many carrying their few possessions, while others supported injured colleagues whose burns would likely prove fatal. The mill's night supervisor, a thin man whose permanently stained clothes testified to years spent among the textile machinery, approached Captain Morrison with visible panic. "There are a dozen workers on the 5th floor," he reported, his voice cracking with stress. "The main staircase collapsed 20 minutes ago, and we can't reach them through the smoke." Morrison nodded grimly, knowing that a dozen workers trapped on the 5th floor of a burning building represented a death sentence that 1852 technology could not commute. Thomas found himself assigned to interior reconnaissance, a polite term for entering a burning building to determine how many people would die before the night ended. He wrapped a wet cloth around his face and plunged into the mill's ground floor, where the air hung thick with smoke and the temperature climbed steadily as he moved deeper into the building. The textile machinery created a maze of obstacles that seemed designed to trap anyone attempting to navigate in near-zero visibility. The layout of the building, designed to maximise productive space while minimising everything else, resulted in narrow aisles, low ceilings and bottleneck exits that became deadly traps during emergencies. Gas lighting fixtures had exploded throughout the facility, their shattered remains creating additional fire sources while leaving the interior in dangerous darkness. Thomas navigated the smoke-filled maze by feeling and instinct, calling out for survivors. On the second floor he encountered the mill's steam engine, a massive mechanical heart that continued to pound rhythmically, even as flames consumed the building around it. The engine's automatic stoking system fed coal into its firebox without regard for the surrounding emergency, maintaining steam pressure that powered machinery on floors where no workers remained to operate it. The combination of superheated steam and surrounding flames created an environment so hostile to human life that Thomas could barely approach within 20 feet of the engine room. The staircase to the upper floors had indeed collapsed, its wooden construction no match for the intense heat generated by tons of burning cotton. Through the gap where the stairs once stood, Thomas could hear the voices of the trapped workers on the 5th floor, their cries becoming weaker due to the effects of smoke inhalation. He attempted to throw them a rope, but the distance was too great and the angle too steep for any practical rescue attempt. Outside the building, the fire's spectacular growth had attracted a crowd of spectators who gathered at what they considered a safe distance to watch the industrial catastrophe unfold. Mill fires provided free entertainment for Manchester's working class, a dramatic break from the monotonous routine of factory labour. These observers showed little concern for the human tragedy playing out inside the burning building, their attention focused instead on the impressive display of flames and the building's eventual collapse. Here, Dr. Ashworth arrived at the scene despite the late hour, his medical bag and portable surgical kit marking him as one of the few professionals willing to treat industrial accident victims. He began triaging the workers who had escaped the building, quickly identifying those whose injuries required immediate attention and those who were beyond medical help. The night air filled with the moans of burn victims and the sobbing of workers who had watched colleagues disappear into the flames. Thomas emerged from the building as its internal structure began to fail, the massive timbers that supported its 6 floors finally succumbing to the intense heat and the weight of collapsing masonry. The trapped workers on the 5th floor fell silent, their voices lost in the thunderous crash of falling machinery and structural beams. He had failed to save them, another dozen names to add to the growing list of industrial casualties that haunted his dreams. Dawn broke over Manchester like a revelation of hell. The rising sun filtered through layers of industrial smoke and chemical fog until it resembled a sickly orange eye surveying the destruction below. The Whitworth Mill had burned through the night, its 6 stories collapsing section by section until nothing remained but a smoking pile of rubble that would continue to smoulder for days. Thomas stood among the debris, his face blackened with soot and his lungs raw from breathing the toxic air that passed for atmosphere in England's industrial heartland. 12 workers had died in the Whitworth fire, their bodies crushed beneath falling machinery or consumed by flames that reached temperatures exceeding anything natural. Their names would be recorded in the city's death registers as industrial accidents, statistical abstractions that failed to capture the human cost of Manchester's textile prosperity. Behind each name stood a family thrust into destitution, children left orphaned, in a society that viewed their survival as a private matter rather than a public responsibility. The mill owner, Mr. Whitworth himself, surveyed the ruins from his carriage, calculating insurance settlements and replacement costs with the same methodical precision he applied to production quotas. The building had been insured for its full value, while the machinery could be replaced within months if orders were placed immediately with the foundries of Sheffield and Birmingham. The human losses barely registered in his accounting. Workers were abundant and easily replaced, their families suffering invisible to men who measured success in pounds sterling and production efficiency. Thomas walked among the survivors, offering what comfort he could to people whose worlds had been destroyed in a single night. Mrs. Hartwell clutched the burned remains of her husband's work clothes, the fabric still warm from the flames that had claimed his life. Her 3 children huddled around her skirts, their faces already showing the hollow expression of poverty that would mark them for the remainder of their shortened lives. Industrial England provided no compensation for workplace deaths, no pensions for widows, and no support for orphaned children whose crime was being born into the working class. Dr. Ashworth moved among the injured, with growing despair, his medical knowledge inadequate against the scale of suffering that surrounded him. Burns covering more than 20% of the body were invariably fatal in an era before fluid replacement therapy or antibiotic treatment. He could offer laudanum for pain, and perhaps preserve life for a few additional days, but the fundamental reality remained unchanged. Industrial progress consumed human lives as fuel for its advancement, and society accepted this sacrifice as the natural order of things. The city's response to the fire revealed the true priorities of industrial civilization with brutal clarity. Within hours of the building's collapse, municipal authorities had dispatched crews to clear the rubble and restore traffic flow through the district. The dead would be buried quickly and quietly, their families' grief subordinated to the economic imperative of maintaining industrial production. New workers would be recruited from the countryside, drawn by promises of steady wages that failed to mention the probability of industrial accident or early death from respiratory disease. Captain Morrison gathered his exhausted firefighters for the journey back to their station, his weathered face showing the cumulative toll of decades spent fighting fires with inadequate equipment and insufficient support. 3 of his men showed signs of serious injury from the night's work. Henderson had suffered severe burns on his hands and arms, while Collins coughed blood that indicated potentially fatal lung damage. These men would continue working because they had no alternative. Firefighters who could not perform their duties simply disappeared into Manchester's growing population of industrial invalids. The economic mathematics of firefighting in 1852 Manchester demonstrated society's perverted priorities with mathematical precision. The city allocated more money to street cleaning than to fire prevention, and more resources to maintaining public gardens than to protecting working-class neighbourhoods from industrial blazes. Fire insurance companies employed private brigades to protect wealthy districts while public firefighters struggled with primitive equipment and skeleton crews. The message was clear: property mattered more than people, profit more than human life. Thomas reflected on his chosen profession as the fire engine clattered through Manchester's smoke-filled streets. He had become a firefighter, believing he could save lives and protect his community from the ravages of industrial progress. Instead, he found himself serving as witness to a systematic destruction of human life that masqueraded as economic advancement. Every fire revealed the same pattern: preventable accidents caused by cost-cutting measures, inadequate safety equipment, and building designs that prioritize production efficiency over worker survival. The Industrial Revolution had transformed firefighting from a community responsibility into a professional necessity, but society had failed to provide the resources necessary for success. Firefighters operated with equipment that belonged in the previous century, received training that consisted mainly of learning from the mistakes of dead colleagues, and worked for wages that barely sustained life in the expensive industrial cities. Men who viewed worker safety as an unnecessary expense that reduced shareholder profits expected firefighters to risk their lives to protect their investments. As they approached the fire station, Thomas could see the next generation of Manchester's industrial workforce streaming toward the mills for the morning shift. Children as young as 8 walked alongside their parents, heading for jobs that would consume their childhoods and probably end their lives before they reached 40. These young faces reminded him why he continued fighting fires despite the profession's countless horrors. Someone had to stand between Manchester's working population and the industrial forces that treated human beings as disposable components in a vast economic machine. Before they had finished unloading their equipment, the station bell rang again, its urgent clanging announcing another fire, in another mill, another group of workers whose lives were in the balance. Thomas checked his scorched equipment one more time, pulled on his battered leather helmet, and prepared to enter hell once again. This was the reality of being an Industrial Revolution firefighter, an endless cycle of tragedy and loss, fought with primitive weapons against an enemy that grew stronger with each passing day. Manchester's smoke-stained sky offered no promise of better days ahead, only the certainty that more fires would follow, more lives would be lost, and more families would be thrust into poverty by the inexorable demands of industrial progress. Thomas climbed aboard the fire engine as it lurched into motion, carrying him toward another confrontation with the forces that were reshaping England into something barely recognisable as human civilization. The towering chimneys of the mill districts, stretching endlessly in all directions, released clouds of toxic smoke, turning the very air into poison. This was the world that Industrial Revolution firefighters inhabited, a landscape where human life was measured in production units, where worker safety was subordinated to profit margins, and where the brave men who risked everything to save others were themselves considered expendable components in the great industrial machine. As the fire engine vanished into the ever-present haze of Manchester, Thomas grasped the profound frustration of being an Industrial Revolution firefighter. They were fighting a war they could never win, using weapons that guaranteed their destruction, in service of a society that viewed their sacrifice as both necessary and invisible. The flames they battled were merely symptoms of a larger conflagration that was consuming the soul of industrial England, leaving behind a wasteland where human dignity had been traded for economic efficiency and where the price of progress was measured in unmarked graves. When people today imagine King Arthur, they often picture a gleaming throne room in a fairy tale castle, yet the earliest roots of the legend trace to a far grittier era, sub-Roman Britain, roughly the 5th or 6th century. The Roman legions had withdrawn, leaving behind roads, ruins of villas, and a power vacuum that invited waves of Saxon incursions. Into this turmoil stepped local warlords, tribal chieftains, and self-styled kings who fought to protect fragmented territories. If a historical Arthur existed, he likely emerged from this violent mosaic of clan rivalries and shifting alliances. In the centuries after Rome's departure, Britain lacked a unifying government. Pockets of Romano-British aristocrats clung to vestiges of imperial culture. Fortified hilltops bristled with wooden palisades, inhabited by leaders who tried to hold on to what remained of civilized trade and technology. Meanwhile, coastal regions faced constant raids from across the North Sea. Archaeological evidence, such as the ruins of Tintagel in Cornwall, hints at a region influenced by the Mediterranean goods even while local power struggles raged. Amid these unsettled conditions, a figure sometimes identified as Arthur may have gained a following by leading successful defensive campaigns. Early medieval sources, like the Annales Cambriae, mention battles associated with him, especially a crucial victory at Mount Badon. Yet the historical record is thin. Names get jumbled, timelines blur, and Arthur may have originally been a title, not a personal name. What survived from this period were oral traditions among Celts, who revered warrior heroes capable of uniting fractious tribes. These seeds eventually took root in Welsh poetry, with references to an Arthur known for both prowess and moral leadership. Bards recited tales that blended real events with mythic flourishes, ensuring that Arthur's reputation grew. Over time, as monastic scribes copied legends into Latin, they combined folk memory with pious invention. By the 9th or 10th century, Arthur's presence in Welsh heroic cycles was well established. A champion blessed by Providence, who protected his people from heathen invaders. Yet it wasn't until Geoffrey of Monmouth's famous 12th century work, Historia Regum Britanniae, that Arthur attained sweeping recognition. Geoffrey's narrative, while often dismissed as fanciful by modern historians, reshaped Europe's perception of the British Isles. He wove older Celtic traditions together with his own creative additions, describing how Arthur inherited the throne, subdued rebellious nobles, and even marched an army into Gaul. And nobles across medieval Europe treated Geoffrey's account as quasi-history, as they searched for genealogical links to Arthur's greatness. Thus, the once shadowy war leader of sub-Roman Britain morphed into a medieval monarch with global renown. A key reason for Arthur's enduring appeal lies in the tension between the harsh realities of sub-Roman warfare and the later romantic veneer applied to his legend. One hand, the real context was likely bleak, characterised by small wooden forts on the wind-swept hillsides, retinues of spearmen, and precarious alliances that often changed on a whim. On the other, Arthur's story evolved into an ideal of chivalry, complete with jousts, castle halls, and elaborate courtly love. This duality resonates even now. We want to believe in a leader who transcended the everyday violence, forging a realm of justice and unity. Curiously, the early glimpses of Arthur do not include references to objects like the Holy Grail or images of a magical sword bestowed by a lake-dwelling enchantress. These elements arrived later, grafted onto the tradition as the medieval writers sought to marry indigenous British myth with Christian symbolism. The original tales likely focused on victories, feasts, and the hero's final stand rather than mystical relics. The deeper spiritual dimension, emphasizing moral quests and the search for divine grace, would come with the romances penned in subsequent centuries. Still, one thread remains consistent. Arthur is portrayed as a unifier who rallied disparate peoples. Britain's western regions, from Wales to Cornwall, claimed him as their champion. Even the name Arthur suggests resonance with the Welsh word for bear, a totemic animal symbolising strength. As Saxon influence spread, nostalgia for a time when the Britons had a heroic protector grew. Oral storytellers carried that longing forward, layering each retelling with new wonders. Thus, the stage was set for King Arthur to emerge as both a mirror for the past and a beacon for the future. From a realm battered by raiders, a figure, real or semi-legendary, rose to claim the people's imagination. Long before Camelot became the shining castle of romances, there was likely a rough wooden hall on a rainy British hilltop where a leader called Arthur once rallied his men. Over the centuries, that leader's memory would transform into a tapestry of epic battles, courtly grace, and moral ideals that still captivates us. Though Geoffrey of Monmouth's work gave Arthur a grand historical sweep, the French and Anglo-Norman poets of the 12th and 13th centuries fused that chronicle-based narrative with the ethos of chivalry. Writers such as Chrétien de Troyes introduced knights on quests, enchanting ladies, and moral challenges far beyond the blunt tribal warfare of sub-Roman Britain. It was in these romantic verses that King Arthur's court, Camelot, crystallised in the medieval mind as an epicentre of refinement and virtue. Camelot was more than a single castle. It symbolised an ideal realm at a time when feudal Europe was grappling with violent feuds and knightly rivalries. Within Arthur's kingdom, courtesy and valour reigned supreme, anchored by the notion that knights should uphold justice, protect the weak, and respect the sovereignty of the church. This moral code was never a given. It emerged gradually as poets reimagined the old warlord Arthur into a wise king who presided over the Round Table. The Round Table itself was a powerful metaphor for equality among his knights, a stark contrast to the real feudal hierarchies that often hinged on exploitation. Chrétien de Troyes introduced characters like Lancelot and explored the conflict between martial duty and romantic devotion. His tale, Lancelot, the Knight of the Cart, was groundbreaking, portraying the knight's passion for Queen Guinevere as both uplifting, demonstrating profound devotion, and troubling, because it threatened the stability of Camelot. This tension, blending loyalty and forbidden love, gave Arthurian lore a new psychological depth. Suddenly, the king's authority faced internal strain, not just external wars. In parallel, Welsh traditions developed their own sets of Arthurian tales, known collectively as the Mabinogion, replete with magical hunts, shape-shifting creatures, and cryptic references to old Celtic deities. These tales portrayed Arthur as more than just a mortal king, weaving him into an ethereal tapestry. Courtiers and warriors in these Welsh stories navigated a realm where illusions might mask deeper truths, and heroic feats often demanded supernatural insight. Arthur came off as a liminal figure, part champion in the mortal sphere, part catalyst in the realm of myth. By the early 13th century, the so-called Vulgate cycle, also known as the Lancelot Grail cycle, emerged in French prose, adding layer upon layer to the saga. The Holy Grail took centre stage, turning Arthur's kingdom into the crucible of a spiritual quest. Knights like Galahad, introduced in these texts, embodied purity and the hope of divine revelation. The Round Table knights no longer merely sought fame on the battlefield. They yearned for mystical encounters with a relic linked to Christ's Last Supper. This infusion of Christian allegory transformed Arthur's court into a place where the line between earthly power and heavenly purpose blurred. Through these expansions, King Arthur's story ceased to be a single consistent narrative and became more of a shared mythos. Different authors selected episodes that suited their tastes. Some highlighted Guinevere's moral dilemma, others fixated on Lancelot's feats, while still others delved into the Grail's riddles. Arthur himself at times slipped into the background as his knights took centre stage, grappling with illusions, prophecies, and moral failings. Yet the concept of Camelot as a golden era endured, a testament to a kingdom so just and noble that it attracted divine interest, even if it was eventually undone by human frailty. Despite the high-minded chivalry these romances extolled, they also contained warnings. Arthur's realm offered a vision of perfect rule, but the seeds of its fall were sown within its ranks. Lancelot's betrayal, Mordred's treachery, and the knight's fragmentation underscored how easily greatness could unravel. In reflecting on these fictional events, medieval audiences might ponder the fragility of their societies. Royal courts and noble houses existed in perpetual tension, threatened by ambition, jealousies, and foreign wars. Arthur's downfall was thus a cautionary mirror, reminding them that no empire, however idealized, was immune to the foibles of humanity. At the same time, the Arthurian cycle provided a spiritual dimension that comforted or challenged believers. The quest for the Grail, especially as told in the Questa de Saint Graal, championed asceticism over mere knightly prowess. Knights who succeeded did so by humility and moral purity rather than brute force. This concept of sanctified heroism was novel in an age when military might typically defined power. Through the lens of Arthur's story, audiences could imagine a higher calling, one that demanded introspection as much as external victory. Thus, by the High Middle Ages, Arthur had become both a glittering monarch and a figure overshadowed by the complexities of his realm. Whether enthroned at Camelot or overshadowed by Lancelot's and Gawain's exploits, he represented a cultural wellspring that authors and audiences reshaped to reflect their aspirations, anxieties, and theological preoccupations. The warlord of an obscure British epoch had been thoroughly recast as the lodestar of chivalric civilization, a transformation that would resonate for centuries to come. While medieval audiences revelled in Arthurian romances, the Renaissance brought a degree of scepticism toward medieval chivalry. As Europe rediscovered classical antiquity, tastes shifted toward realism and historical inquiry, yet King Arthur proved remarkably resilient, inspiring new works even in an era that questioned medieval faith in the miraculous. Writers, dramatists, and pamphleteers recognised that the epic scope of Arthur's saga could be reinterpreted to address the ideological battles of the 16th and 17th centuries. A prime example of this adaptability is Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen, 1590s, which drew heavily on Arthurian motifs, though it cast its hero in allegorical form. Spenser depicted Prince Arthur as the embodiment of perfection, seeking the Fairy Queen, representing Queen Elizabeth I. This conflation of Arthurian tradition with contemporary royal symbolism turned the old legend into a vehicle for praising Tudor rule. Even if the real Tudors had tenuous claims to genealogical descent from Arthur, the mythology served as a potent piece of propaganda, implying a lineage stretching back to the dawn of British greatness. Simultaneously, the printing press facilitated the widespread circulation of Sir Thomas Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur, first published by William Caxton in 1485. Though Malory wrote in the 15th century, the Renaissance generation rediscovered his compilation, which fused French and English sources into a comprehensive Arthurian epic. Its themes of loyalty, betrayal, and the tragic cost of internal discord found new resonance as England grappled with the religious schisms and dynastic uncertainties. Malory's text appealed to those craving heroism, but wary of the illusions that once cloaked medieval piety. In the broader European context, interest in King Arthur sparked debates over authenticity. Scholars asked whether Geoffrey of Monmouth's or Malory's accounts contained a kernel of fact or pure invention. Antiquarians pored over genealogical charts, local place names, and fragmentary manuscripts trying to prove or disprove Arthur's real existence. Some claimed he was a Celtic champion who fought off Saxon invaders, while others labelled him a total fabrication. Interestingly, these historical controversies did little to dampen the public's appetite for Arthurian plays, poems, and pageants. Real or not, Arthur remained a cultural touchstone. During the Elizabethan era, chivalric nostalgia blended with the monarchy's political agenda. Spectacles at court sometimes featured tilts and tournaments staged in an Arthurian spirit, accentuating the monarchy's claim to a glorious British past. However, as the 17th century wore on, civil war erupted in England, toppling the monarchy for a time. The old stories of knights bound by honour felt distant in a world split by ideological conflict between parliamentarians and royalists. Despite this, references to a lost age of unity dotted royalist propaganda. Arthur's symbol of a round table that transcended factionalism served as a subtle critique of contemporary divisiveness. By the 18th century, the so-called Age of Enlightenment saw a turn toward rationalism. Medieval romance seemed quaint or superstitious to many intellectuals. Even so, Arthur persisted in popular imagination. Writers toyed with comedic or satirical takes, highlighting the gap between medieval illusions and modern rational thought. In these retellings, the feats of Arthur's knights, slaying dragons or embarking on magical quests, looked increasingly improbable. Yet these parodies only increased public familiarity with the legend, ensuring that the name of Arthur remained in circulation. Throughout this period, British national identity slowly coalesced, especially after the 1707 Act of Union merged England and Scotland. Authors in search of a unifying myth frequently referenced Arthur's promise, a king who once unified the realm, only to be undone by internal betrayals. This motif mirrored anxieties about whether Britain's newly merged kingdoms could truly stand together. Arthur's legend functioned as both inspiration and a cautionary tale, a reflection on the costs of disunity. Scholarly curiosity about Celtic heritage also played a role, spurred by the romanticisation of ancient bardic traditions. Researchers scoured Welsh, Breton, and Cornish folklore, curious to find evidence that might clarify Arthur's historical basis. Sometimes researchers would weave fragments of old poems or place-name legends into rational arguments about Arthur's possible birth date, or the location of specific battles. Although definitive proof remained elusive, each attempt underscored how the figure of Arthur bridged scholarship and myth, standing at the intersection of legend's emotional power and history's demand for evidence. Thus, between the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, King Arthur was never a static figure. He became a mirror for each era's hopes, illusions, and debates about monarchy, unity, and cultural identity. Whether cast as a courtly knight, a symbolic ancestor of present rulers, or a relic of superstition, Arthur retained the ability to inspire, provoke, and challenge. By the dawn of the Romantic era, he was poised for yet another grand revival, this time in poetry and the emerging novel form, ensuring his endurance for centuries to come. The Romantic movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries embraced medievalism with gusto, seeking inspiration in distant ages perceived as more authentic and emotionally resonant. King Arthur's lore fit perfectly into this artistic wave. Writers such as Sir Walter Scott wove chivalric elements into historical novels, while lesser-known poets invoked Arthurian motifs to evoke the sublime and the melancholic. Crucially, this period saw a reimagining of the Arthurian legend not just as a national myth, but as a repository of human longing and natural wonder. The Romantics valorized medieval ruins, folk ballads, and the sense that modern industrial society had lost contact with deeper truths. In this context, Arthur's court represented a realm where honour and beauty reigned, untainted by mechanized progress. Landscapes, misty moors, ancient stone circles, hidden lakes, acquired near mystical qualities, frequently associated with tales of Arthur's final departure for the Isle of Avalon. Paintings of the era depicting Guinevere or the Lady of Shalott combined lush colour and a dreamy atmosphere to create a longing for an irretrievable past. Perhaps the most significant revivalist during the Victorian age was Alfred. Lord Tennyson, whose Idylls of the King, published between 1859 and 1885, cast Arthur as a moral exemplar struggling against the corruption within his realm. Tennyson's verse soared with idealism yet carried an undercurrent of disillusion. In his hands, Camelot became a metaphor for Victorian Britain's aspirations, empire, technology, and moral righteousness, while the knight's failures reflected the era's anxieties about hypocrisy and social decay. The story of Lancelot and Guinevere became a tragic testament to human vulnerability, overshadowing the earlier illusions of gallantry. Tennyson's work was no mere literary exercise. It shaped Victorian cultural consciousness. Stained glass windows, tapestries, and even Artois and architectural motifs sprang up in wealthy homes and public buildings, all referencing Arthurian scenes. Critics lauded Tennyson for elevating the legend to a moral epic, while detractors argued that he sanitized the more raw or ambiguous aspects. Nonetheless, Idylls of the King remained wildly popular, reinforcing the notion that Arthur's tale offered moral guidance for a modern age. Even Queen Victoria reportedly admired Tennyson's interpretation, seeing in Arthur's struggle a reflection of her desire to maintain moral authority in a changing world. Outside poetry, the arts and crafts movement, led by figures like William Morris, found in Arthurian romance an antidote to industrial mass production. Morris's designs, from wallpapers to bookbindings, invoked the swirling lines and medieval patterns reminiscent of illuminated manuscripts. He even wrote his own Arthurian-based works. For Morris and his circle, the legend represented a craftsmanship ethic and a sense of community lost to factory labour. Decorating one's home with Arthurian motifs hinted at a quest for authenticity in an increasingly mechanised society. Across the Channel, French and German intellectuals took note of this English fascination. Translations of Tennyson circulated, and cultural salons discussed the universal quality of the Arthurian myth, a noble ruler undone by betrayal and human weakness, a reflection on how the grandest visions can collapse from within. The story of a once cohesive realm fracturing resonated broadly in a time marked by revolutions and the unification of states like Italy and Germany. Yet the more the Victorians idealised Arthur, the more some critics pushed back. Realist authors found the legend archaic. They lampooned the knights as naive dreamers or castigated the romantic obsession as escapism, ignoring pressing social issues like poverty and inequality. Novelists such as Charles Dickens or Elizabeth Gaskell focused on contemporary life, rarely referencing Arthur. Still, even in their works, the notion of a lost moral centre lurked, as if Camelot's shadow lay over an industrial landscape that had lost its spiritual moorings. By the late 19th century, the medieval revival reached its peak. Pre-Raphaelite painters like Edward Burne-Jones rendered sumptuous scenes of knights questing in forests dappled with improbable light. Guinevere's hair glowed with golden hues, Lancelot's armour gleamed, and Arthur himself stood as a solemn, almost tragic figure. The emphasis on colour, texture, and emotion showcased how thoroughly the legend had been claimed by the aesthetic movement. King Arthur was no longer just a stream taught in school, he was a cultural phenomenon bridging literature, art, interior design, and public discourse about morality and progress. This fervent romantic and Victorian reclamation set the stage for a 20th century that would wrestle anew with Arthur's meaning. As empire gave way to modern war and the illusions of unstoppable progress cracked, the question loomed: would the Arthurian legend remain relevant, or would it be relegated to the dusty corners of libraries, overshadowed by more pragmatic narratives of science and modernity? The coming era would test that question in unexpected ways, ensuring that the tale of Britain's mythical king continued to evolve. The early 20th century confronted the Arthurian legend with 2 world wars and a changing cultural landscape that tested all forms of romanticised history. Yet the legend adapted once more. On the literary front, novelists and scholars revisited the medieval sources, sifting myth from alleged fact with renewed vigour. T.H. White's The Once and Future King, serialised between 1938 and 1958, stood out in this period as a bold reinterpretation that combined whimsy with philosophical introspection. White began with a light-hearted portrayal of a young Arthur tutored by Merlin, who transforms him into various animals to learn life lessons. But as the narrative advanced, it delved into darker ethical complexities, power, justice, and betrayal, echoing the cataclysms of the world outside. The Once and Future King resonated with readers living through global conflict. Arthur's dream of a just society felt like a parallel to the Allies' rhetoric about defending democracy. The tragedy that befalls Camelot, particularly the moral struggles of Lancelot and the heartbreak of Guinevere, reflected a broader disillusionment. Even noble intentions can unravel under the strain of ambition or human fallibility. White's comedic touches balanced these weighty themes, allowing the novel to remain accessible to a wide audience. Critics praised his ability to weave personal growth, political ideology, and mythic grandeur into a single tapestry. Academic circles also turned a fresh eye toward Arthur's historical underpinnings. Archaeologists launched digs at sites like Cadbury Castle in Somerset, some identifying it with Camelot, and uncovered evidence of a significant 5th or 6th century fort. Although no definitive proof of an Arthur materialised, the findings hinted at the possibility of a powerful chieftain operating from a stronghold in that region. Meanwhile, historians re-examined sub-Roman texts, searching for references to a figure commanding battles against the Saxons. While no conclusive identity was pinned down, a measured stance emerged. Perhaps an actual war leader existed, whose memory, amplified by oral tradition, evolved into legend. Cinema followed with its portrayal. In 1953, Knights of the Round Table, starring Robert Taylor and Ava Gardner, showcased a Technicolor Camelot brimming with courtly spectacle and florid romance, continuing the tradition of a shining Arthur. But in the late 20th century, filmmakers occasionally tried grittier approaches. John Boorman's 1981 film Excalibur combined stylized visuals with raw violence, depicting a more primal medieval setting. Merlin, played by Nicol Williamson, stole scenes with cryptic monologues about fate, while the blossoming and decay of Camelot took on an almost hallucinatory quality. Audiences were jarred by the film's blend of gore, mysticism, and grandeur. Critics either applauded its boldness or found it excessive, but it certainly broke with the genteel Arthur of earlier screen adaptations. Meanwhile, pop culture began to incorporate Arthurian references beyond the realm of cinema. Monty Python's 1975 comedy Monty Python and the Holy Grail lampooned the legend in irreverent style, featuring coconuts in lieu of horses and absurd misadventures. Despite, or perhaps because of, its silliness, it became a cult classic, proving that Arthur's story could be subverted for comedic effect without losing audience interest. Even in parody, the core elements, Galahad, the Grail Quest, the Round Table, remained recognisable. This comedic distance from the old texts underscored how deeply Arthur's image had embedded itself in Western consciousness. In literature for younger readers, Mary Stewart's The Merlin Trilogy reimagined the wizard's perspective, grounding the magic in psychological realism and meticulously rendered British geography. Stewart minimised overt supernatural events, preferring to show how illusions or cunning might be perceived as sorcery in a credulous age. Stewart's strategy tapped into the mid-century desire for historical fantasy, effectively connecting a realistic Roman-British setting with the mythical aspect of Arthur's ascent. By the dawn of the 21st century, the legend was a global phenomenon. Writers from diverse backgrounds introduced new vantage points. Some retold Arthur's story from the viewpoint of Morgan Le Fay, or other female figures marginalised in older narratives. Others transposed it into futuristic or dystopian settings, using the Arthur's motif to explore power and identity in contexts far removed from medieval Britain. Thus, King Arthur's world became a mirror for contemporary concerns, reaffirming the legend's agility. A curious outcome of all these reinterpretations is that none seem to diminish Arthur's draw. If anything, the multiplicity of versions cements his place in popular culture as a figure who can shift shape to match an era's dreams or anxieties. Where once sub-Roman Britons might have invoked him as a war hero, the modern West might see him as a moral king, a comedic foil, or a reluctant idealist. Enduring elasticity attests the story's profound roots in the collective imagination, perpetually setting the stage for new guests and new stories. In parallel with the cultural expansions of Arthur's legend, a robust subfield of scholarship continually probed the question, how much of Arthur is history and how much is layered invention? Academic conferences and journals wrestled with topics like the historical Arthur, the Celtic Twilight, and post-colonial readings of the Arthurian myth. Some scholars fixate on gleaning every trace of authenticity from early medieval records. Others see Arthur primarily as a literary phenomenon, shaped less by actual events and more by cultural narratives that shift with each retelling. One provocative angle is the possibility that Arthur's name reflects not one person, but a composite of leaders. British historians note multiple characters named Arthur or Artorius in sub-Roman or early medieval contexts, some from southern Scotland, others from Wales or Cornwall. Each might have contributed pieces to the mosaic that later generations unified into a single, legendary king. The idea of a collective memory forging one iconic hero is hardly unique to Arthurian lore. Many cultures craft similar symbols to rally identity. If Arthur was indeed a tapestry of warlords, that might explain the scattered battles assigned to him across wide geographic swathes. Another line of research examines the political uses of Arthur. In 12th and 13th century Wales, for instance, Welsh rulers invoked Arthur's memory to legitimise resistance to Norman encroachment. English monarchs, conversely, sometimes appropriated Arthur's lineage to strengthen their own claims or diminish Welsh claims. Centuries later, the Tudors, with Welsh roots, further shaped the narrative of Arthur's once and future kingship, aligning themselves with the prophecy that a great British ruler would return. Such manipulations highlight how historical memory, even if partly invented, wields tangible power in shaping political discourse. Archaeology stepped into the conversation as well. Findings at Tintagel in Cornwall revealed high-status buildings from the 5th and 6th centuries, suggesting a region engaged in Mediterranean trade. Some scholars speculated a link to King Arthur's birthplace, but others cautioned that no direct evidence ties Arthur to Tintagel. Similarly, excavations at South Cadbury Castle uncovered earthworks that were refortified around the same time. fueling speculation that it could be Camelot. Yet conclusive proof remains elusive. Even if sub-Roman warlords inhabited these sites, linking them specifically to Arthur often leans on inference or local lore. Still, these discoveries add texture to the environment from which an Arthur-like figure could have emerged. Hill forts bustling with trade goods, imposing ramparts, and fleeting glimpses of renewed local power. As for the Holy Grail, scholars trace its introduction to literary creativity rather than any early Celtic tradition. The Grail's first mention appears in Chrétien de Troyes' 12th century French romance. Over subsequent centuries, writers redefined it variously as a dish, a chalice, or a holy relic. By Malory's era, it symbolised divine grace. Though evocative, it likely has no root in actual sub-Roman Britain. Yet ironically, the Grail quest would become one of Arthur's best-known storylines, showing again how later imaginings overshadow any original kernel. The final element often dissected by historians is the notion of Arthur's final battle at Camlan and his supposed immortality. Tales insists he didn't die but journeyed to Avalon, awaiting the time to return and save his people. This motif of the sleeping hero resonates in multiple mythologies, from Finnish to Balkan, where a legendary champion slumbers in a secret realm, ready to defend the land in its hour of greatest need. If Arthur's earliest known mentions already included an ambiguous death, it might indicate a broader mythic pattern. Cultures often prefer that their great heroes linger, promising cyclical renewal. Contemporary scholarship then juggles these layers: the possible sub-Roman commander, the medieval expansions, the Victorian romanticisation, and the modern reinterpretations. If a purely factual Arthur existed, it remains overshadowed by centuries of imaginative flourish. Yet the continued scholarly debate underscores that the legend's essence is not about verifying a single historical biography. Instead, it's about the interplay between memory, identity, and creativity. Each era projects its questions and values onto Arthur, gleaning new answers from the same set of age-old motifs. Within this dialogue lies a paradox. While we yearn to know the real Arthur, it's the transformations of his story that keep him relevant. The search for authenticity endures, but so does the tradition of rewriting him, ensuring that every generation finds its reflection in Camelot's mirror. That dual dynamic, archaeological hunts for evidence alongside fresh literary spins, continues to enrich Arthur's mystique, bridging academic rigour and imaginative flight. Today, King Arthur stands as a cultural mainstay, simultaneously ancient and ever-evolving. From glimmering blockbusters to niche historical novels, he resonates with modern audiences for reasons that extend far beyond medieval romance. Why does he endure? Perhaps because the Arthurian legend, at its core, addresses universal yearnings, the dream of a just society, the pain of betrayal by those closest to us, and the hope that even in times of darkness, a champion might arise or return. In the realm of pop culture, Arthur's story reappears in myriad forms. Television series recast Camelot as a gritty drama or comedic parody. Role-playing games include knights and wizards referencing Arthurian tropes. Even science fiction riffs on the motif, depicting cosmic quests for futuristic grails. Each adaptation tweaks the formula, exalting or subverting the Round Table, focusing on Arthur's naive optimism or Merlin's ambiguous counsel. The legend's adaptability seems limitless, thriving precisely because it does not lock itself into a single vantage point. Moreover, modern creators often place greater emphasis on peripheral characters. Guinevere's perspective, once overshadowed by Lancelot and Arthur, now emerges in retellings that highlight her agency. Morgan Le Fay, long pigeonholed as a seductive antagonist, gains complexity as a powerful sorceress shaped by a political marginalisation. Knights like Gawain or Tristan star in spin-off narratives that delve into their motivations, trials, and moral failings. This expansion underscores an inclusive trend in storytelling. The supporting cast can hold as much intrigue as the central hero, adding depth and nuance. Another dimension is how Arthur's ethos intersects with contemporary debates on leadership and ethics. The Round Table has been cited in discussions about participatory decision-making, corporate governance, and community leadership. People often pose questions such as, how can we ensure honesty and loyalty in organisations? Or, what if our boardroom resembled a round table where every voice is equal? The metaphor of Camelot's unity haunts these dialogues. reminding us that ideals are fragile and require constant vigilance against corruption. Even a figure as iconic as Arthur cannot sustain a just kingdom alone if the underlying structures give way to jealousy and power struggles. Meanwhile, historians continue refining their judgments on the historical Arthur. Some propose that no single warlord can account for the entire tradition, while others cling to the possibility that a noteworthy battle leader around Mount Baden sparked the legend. Though conclusive proof remains elusive, each new archaeological find or textual analysis can stir a fresh wave of interest. The pursuit itself testifies to an enduring desire to ground the legend in tangible fact, as if verifying Arthur might restore some sense of continuity between past ideals and present realities. Education also plays a part. Children encounter Arthur in school anthologies, gleaning rudimentary knowledge of knights, queens, and magical swords. Universities hold seminars on the Arthurian canon, exploring everything from Celtic myth to psychoanalytic readings of the Grail quest. For many, King Arthur is their first taste of medieval literature, an accessible portal into broader historical currents. Hence, the legend perpetuates itself academically, weaving into curricula that spark each generation's imagination. The future of Arthurian legend seems as secure as its past. Technological tools like virtual reality, interactive digital storytelling, and immersive theatre open new frontiers. Imagine wandering a VR Camelot, conversing with AI-driven versions of Lancelot or Morgan, shaping the narrative by your own moral choices. The possibilities speak to the legend's adaptability. Far from being stuck in dusty manuscripts, Arthur's realm can flourish in cutting-edge mediums, bridging the ancient with the futuristic. Yet for all the modern flourishes, the core themes remain consistent. The heartbreak of betrayal, the aspiration for a round table of equals is a prevalent theme. The story explores the interplay between magic and mortal ambition. Whether we view Arthur as a half-forgotten sub-Roman general, or a shining mythic king, his story touches on something perennial in the human condition. It suggests that greatness is possible but precarious, dependent on unity, loyalty, and moral clarity. And even when that greatness falters, the idea of a once and future king offers hope that renewal can always emerge. In closing, King Arthur's narrative defies neat categorization, part history, part myth, part moral parable. Over 15 centuries, it has transformed from local folklore into a global phenomenon, shaped by the Christian allegory, chivalric romance, national myth-making, and modern reinterpretations. Each retelling adds a new layer, ensuring the story remains alive, not fossilized. To trace its evolution is to glimpse our own cultural evolution. We find in Arthur a mirror for our collective dreams and disillusionments, an ever-shifting testament to humanity's enduring quest for a noble realm we might call Camelot. The morning mist hung thick and cool, cloaking the sacred grove in ethereal silence as the villagers gathered quietly beneath the towering oak. Its ancient branches stretched wide, leaves whispering softly in the gentle breeze. At the centre of this gathering stood the druid, his white robes glowing softly against the muted tones of the forest. Beside him, young Ayed waited nervously, his heart pounding in anticipation of the ceremony that would shape the rest of his life. Ayed had grown up hearing stories of druids, keepers of knowledge, guides of kings, interpreters of omens. From the moment he was chosen as an apprentice, his life had revolved around careful training, memorizing countless oral traditions, learning the subtle language of nature, and understanding the interconnectedness of all things. Yet today was different. Today marked his formal initiation, the beginning of his true path as a druid. His teacher, Bran, stepped forward slowly, his aged face serene but deeply lined from years of wisdom and care. Bran raised a staff carved from yew, symbolizing strength and rebirth. He struck it gently upon the earth 3 times, each resonant thud breaking the silence and calling attention to the sacred rite. Today, Bran began, his voice calm yet powerful, we gather beneath the oak, the heart of our people, the symbol of our enduring strength. Ayed stands before us, ready to begin his journey as keeper of our knowledge and guardian of our traditions. All eyes turned to Ayed, who felt the weight of their gazes as both responsibility and honour. Bran continued, his voice carrying easily through the hushed clearing. The oak teaches us resilience, its roots deep within the earth, branches ever reaching toward the sky. So must Ayed plant himself firmly in our traditions and stretch toward wisdom yet unknown. Bran handed Ayed a small pouch containing seeds of sacred herbs, mistletoe, yarrow, and meadowsweet, symbols of healing, divination, and purification. Plant these carefully, Bran instructed softly. Let them remind you always of your duty to heal, foresee, and cleanse. Ayed accepted the pouch reverently, bowing his head slightly in acknowledgement. Bran then led him toward the massive oak, where the ground beneath was rich and dark, warmed by sunlight filtering through the branches. Kneeling, Ayed gently placed each seed into the earth, covering them carefully, whispering quiet blessings. As Ayed completed this task, Bran laid his hands gently on the young man's shoulders, his voice now softer, more intimate. From this moment, you are bound not only to the oak, but to every life it shelters, every creature that finds refuge in its shadow. Walk this path with humility, strength, and compassion. Rising to his feet, Ayed felt a surge of pride mixed with profound humility. Around him, villagers nodded approvingly, their faces warm with trust. This was more than mere tradition. It was a promise he had made to himself, to Bran, and to the people who depended on the druid's wisdom and guidance. Following the ceremony, the villagers gathered in celebration, offering simple but meaningful gifts, woven wreaths, carved stones, and handmade amulets. Ayed received each graciously, feeling deeply connected to the community that had nurtured him from childhood. As evening descended, Ayed and Bran walked slowly back toward the village, their path illuminated by soft moonlight. Bran spoke quietly, his voice reflective. Remember, Ayed, a druid's strength lies not in his power to command, but in his ability to listen, understand, and guide. Ayed nodded, absorbing the wisdom of his mentor. I will remember, Bran, he promised earnestly. I will honour this responsibility with every breath. Bran smiled gently, laying a comforting hand on Ayed's shoulder. Then your journey has truly begun. Returning to his modest dwelling, Ayed sat quietly beneath the stars, contemplating the day's events. The weight of his new role settled comfortably upon his shoulders, bolstered by the trust and teachings of those around him. He knew challenges lay ahead, yet he felt prepared, rooted in ancient wisdom and ready to guide his people forward. As sleep claimed him, the image of the grey oak lingered vividly in his mind, strong, enduring, and full of life. It was a symbol, yes, but also a promise, a constant reminder of who he was and who he was meant to become. The forest was silent and still, blanketed in a hushed anticipation that hung heavily among the gathered villagers. It was the eve of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, a time when the veil between worlds grew thin and the powers of nature pulsed with quiet intensity. The villagers formed a respectful circle around the sacred oak, their breath visible in the cold air, eyes fixed intently on Bran and Ayed, who stood beneath the tree's immense branches. Bran stepped forward, his robes luminous in the moonlight, eyes reflecting profound wisdom earned through years of devotion and study. He held a golden sickle, its curved blade glinting gently, capturing the sparse moonlight that filtered through the oak's leaves. Beside him stood Ayed, a year older since his initiation, more confident yet humbled by the gravity of the ceremony he was about to undertake. Ayed raised his gaze to the oak's lofty branches, where clusters of mistletoe grew, pale berries glowing softly in the dimness. The mistletoe was sacred, revered by the druids for its rarity, growing suspended between heaven and earth, untouched by the ground. It was a symbol of renewal, healing, and peace, its presence marking the oak as especially blessed. Tonight, Bran spoke clearly, his voice resonating through the attentive silence, we honour the sacred mistletoe, the plant of healing and peace. It reminds us that even in the harshest winter, life and hope endure. Turning to Ayed, Bran continued gently. Ayed, you have proven yourself dedicated to our ways. Tonight, you take another step deeper into your path. You shall cut the mistletoe, safeguarding its power and sharing its blessings with our people. With deep respect, Ayed took the golden sickle from Bran, his heart beating steadily, mindful of his mentor's watchful eyes and the villagers' collective breath. Carefully, he ascended the sturdy ladder leaning against the oak, its rough bark reassuring beneath his hands. Reaching the mistletoe, he paused, offering a silent prayer of gratitude to the tree and to nature's generous spirit. Holding the sickle reverently, Aed spoke softly, words known only to druids, invoking the spirits of earth, sky, and the plant itself. With a deliberate, respectful motion, he severed the mistletoe from its host, allowing it to fall gently into the linen cloth Bran held below. The sacred plant could not come into contact with the earth, as it would lose its potency. Descending carefully, Ed joined Bran, who gently wrapped the mistletoe, nodding approvingly. Bran raised it high, turning slowly so all might see the sacred harvest. "This gift from nature is now ours to protect and cherish," he proclaimed. "It will be prepared into remedies, wards, and blessings to sustain us through the coming seasons." The villagers murmured reverently, their faces lit with quiet awe and gratitude. The ritual's solemnity shifted gradually into quiet celebration, a communal acknowledgement of the year's turning, a life's persistence in darkness, and of hope's quiet strength. As the villagers began their subdued festivities, Bran guided Aed away from the gathering to a quieter spot at the grove's edge. "You have done well," Bran spoke gently, his voice filled with pride. "Remember, Aed, our strength lies not in power over nature, but in partnership with it." Aed nodded solemnly, reflecting deeply on the evening's significance. "I feel this partnership deeply tonight," he admitted softly, looking up at the branches above them, silhouetted against the stars. "Good," Bran replied warmly. "Carry this lesson with you always. In moments of darkness, when doubt may cloud your path, recall the mistletoe's silent message, that light and life persist even unseen." They stood quietly together, absorbing the calm energy surrounding them, drawing strength from each other's presence and the eternal rhythms of nature. Eventually, Bran placed a reassuring hand on Aed's shoulder. "Come," he said gently, "let us join the others and share in the joy of this sacred night." Returning to the gathering, Aed felt deeply connected to his mentor, his community, and the ancient traditions guiding them all. The night was filled with quiet laughter, stories, and shared hopes, a testament to their unity and strength. As the fires dimmed and villagers dispersed, Aed carried the memory of this night firmly within his heart, understanding more profoundly the responsibility he now bore. He had taken another important step on his druidic journey, strengthened by tradition, guided by wisdom, and inspired by the enduring power of nature's gifts. The village was isolated by dense thickets of hawthorn and elder. When Aed arrived, the air had a scent of wet earth and wood smoke. He moved quietly through narrow paths past low stone cottages where people paused their work to watch him pass, their expressions a mix of respect and cautious hope. His journey had taken 3 days on foot, guided only by the whispered directions given by a passing traveller. The message had been urgent. A young woman, Ethna, daughter of the village smith, lay gravely ill following childbirth. No healer within the village could help her, and so Aed had come swiftly, driven by a sense of duty deeper than his fatigue. Ethna's home was at the village's edge, near a stream that murmured quietly beneath twisted alders. Inside, the dim cottage was crowded with concerned relatives and neighbours who stepped aside silently as Aed entered. He felt their eyes upon him, their quiet desperation tangible. He approached the low bed where Ethna lay, her pale face glistening with sweat, breaths shallow and laboured. Beside her, the newborn slept peacefully, unaware of the quiet fear around him. Aed knelt and touched Ethna's forehead, feeling the fever's heat against his palm. She stirred slightly, murmuring incoherently. "Bring water from the stream," Aed instructed gently, addressing the nearest woman, "and fresh linen." As they hurried to obey, Aed opened his satchel, carefully laying out bundles of herbs, roots, and small vials filled with meticulously prepared tinctures. The villagers watched, their curiosity mixed with awe, as he crushed dried leaves of willow and meadowsweet into a bronze bowl, adding hot water to make a bitter, aromatic infusion. He lifted Ethna's head gently, coaxing her to drink slowly. She winced but managed a few sips. Then he bathed her forehead and wrists with cool cloths soaked in the fresh stream water, murmuring ancient healing chants softly under his breath. Each word resonated with intention, invoking the spirits of water and earth to restore balance to the woman's weakened body. As night deepened, Aed remained by Ethna's side, tirelessly applying poultices of crushed herbs and moss. He taught the village midwife how to mix remedies of chamomile and mint for calming sleep, instructing her carefully so the healing wisdom could stay long after he'd gone. The villagers moved quietly around him, offering food he gently declined, his focus entirely on his patient. By dawn, Ethna's breathing had steadied, her skin less feverish to the touch. She opened her eyes slowly, looking at Ayed with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. "Rest," he whispered softly. "The danger has passed, but your body is still weak." Relief washed visibly through the cottage, quiet smiles and whispered prayers of thanks spreading among the gathered family and neighbours. Ayed stepped outside into the cool morning air, inhaling deeply as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees. He felt drained but satisfied, knowing he had done what he could. Later that day, he sat beside the stream, teaching a group of children who gathered around him, eager and curious. He showed them plants that grew wild nearby, how nettles could soothe inflammation, how elderberries could fortify the body against illness, and how careful observation was the healer's greatest tool. As evening approached, Ayed prepared to depart. Ethna's father approached him, pressing a small carved token into his hand, an intricate pattern symbolizing gratitude and protection. "Your kindness will never be forgotten," the smith said solemnly. Ayed bowed his head respectfully, knowing this token was not just gratitude, but a reminder of the sacred bond between healer and community. He tucked the carving into his satchel, feeling its warmth against his palm. Walking away, Ayed sensed the profound interconnectedness of all the things, the delicate balance of life, the quiet dignity of suffering, and the resilience inherent in every living being. His footsteps were quiet, carrying him toward the next place that might need him, aware that healing was not just the mending of bodies, but the weaving together of our lives, stories, and futures. The great hall at Dumnonia was alive with the firelight flickering over carved wooden beams, the air thick with tension. Warriors and clansmen lined the walls, their arms folded tightly, their expressions a blend of pride and wary anticipation. Two noble families stood apart at opposite ends of the room, each led by their respective chieftains, their eyes locked in mutual suspicion. Between them stood Ayed, his white robes glowing softly in the dim light. He had been summoned urgently. A feud that had simmered for generations now threatened open conflict, spilling into violence and bloodshed. He arrived quietly, travelling alone with no entourage or guards. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him, yet he stood calm, a silent pillar amid the stormy emotions. "Speak," Ed began quietly, his voice steady yet resonant. The hall fell into immediate silence. "Let your grievances be heard clearly." The first chieftain, a large, formidable man named Connell, stepped forward, his voice trembling with barely suppressed anger. He recounted a tale of stolen livestock, violated boundaries, and broken promises dating back to his father's time. His words painted the rival families as aggressors, greedy, and untrustworthy. Next spoke Finton, slender but fierce, eyes blazing with pride. His story was just as impassioned, weaving a narrative of betrayal, unjust accusation, and stolen honour. Each side presented their case passionately, drawing murmurs and nods of agreement from their supporters. Throughout, Ayed listened without interruption, his face betraying neither judgment nor favouritism. He allowed the torrent of anger and accusation to flow freely, knowing that only by emptying their bitterness fully could peace begin to grow. When both sides had finished, silence once again settled over the room, heavy and expectant. Ayed stepped forward, his eyes meeting those of each chieftain in turn, holding their gazes firmly yet gently. "You speak of stolen cattle, broken oaths and injured pride," he began softly, "but at the heart of your words lies pain and misunderstanding. Land is shared, not owned. You can return cattle, but you must rebuild trust once you've broken it." He spoke slowly, carefully, invoking stories and parables from ancient wisdom, tales familiar yet poignant. He spoke of legendary heroes who overcame pride and revenge, and of wise ancestors who understood the power of forgiveness and reconciliation. As his words filled the hall, Ayed moved among the assembled warriors, touching shoulders, looking into eyes, and bridging the physical distance between the divided clans. He reminded them that unity and peace were not signs of weakness, but the highest form of strength. Finally, he returned to the centre of the hall, addressing both chieftains directly. "Let there be no talk of blame or vengeance," he said, "Instead, let each family give a gift. One cow from each herd exchanged in friendship, Let your sons and daughters meet openly at the next festival, not as rivals, but as kin bound by renewed peace. Connell and Finton exchanged long, uncertain glances. Slowly the tension began to ebb. Connell stepped forward first, extending his hand solemnly toward his rival. "May peace restore what anger took," he said gruffly. Finton hesitated, then clasped the offered hand. "May our children walk together where we once stood apart," he responded firmly. Cheers erupted, hesitant at first, then louder and more confident. The warriors relaxed, their postures easing, smiles and laughter breaking through the previously tense atmosphere. Aed stepped back quietly, content that his council had steered the clans away from violence. Later that evening, as the clans celebrated their newfound accord, Aed sat quietly beside the hearth, sipping warm mead and reflecting on the evening's events. He knew that true peace required vigilance and continued guidance. Yet for now, the cycle of anger and retaliation had been broken, replaced by tentative friendship and renewed hope. The chieftains approached him again, offering gratitude. Aed smiled warmly, reminding them gently, "Peace is not achieved in a single evening. Nurture this agreement, water it with trust and patience, and it will bear fruit for generations." Under the glow of the firelight, his words resonated deeply, reinforcing the bonds freshly made. As he left the hall, walking into the moonlit night, Aed felt the quiet satisfaction of a purpose fulfilled. He knew his role was far from over, yet tonight his voice of counsel had brought harmony to discord, turning bitter enemies into cautious friends. The sacred oak stood majestically, its gnarled branches spreading wide, casting dappled shadows upon the moss-covered clearing. This oak was not just ancient, it was revered, a living testament to generations of druidic wisdom. Aed stood beneath its massive limbs, his white robe illuminated by shafts of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Gathered around him were villagers and warriors, each face etched with anxiety and curiosity. Today the oak grove served as a court where justice would be decided not by sword or might, but by careful consideration and wisdom. Aed had been summoned to judge a matter of grave importance. A young warrior, Cathal, was accused of stealing cattle, a crime severe enough to ignite clan warfare. Cathal stood defiantly at the grove's edge, arms crossed, his expression stubborn yet tinged with fear. Opposite him stood Fergus, an older warrior renowned for bravery and honour, whose cattle had been taken. Fergus's eyes were dark with anger, his fists clenched at his sides. Aed raised his hand, signalling silence. He began with a clear, steady voice. "Speak plainly, that truth might emerge from the shadow of accusation." Fergus stepped forward, recounting the theft with passionate conviction, describing the prized cattle and the devastating loss to his family. His words resonated deeply among the crowd, drawing murmurs of sympathy. Cathal, however, maintained his innocence fiercely, insisting he was wrongly accused, his voice shaking with frustration. His friend stood behind him, murmuring support, eyes darting nervously between him and Aed. Listening carefully, Aed detected discrepancies, not deliberate falsehoods, but misunderstandings born of anger and haste. He called forth witnesses from both sides, questioning them patiently, coaxing forth details with gentle but firm probing. He watched their faces, noting subtle shifts in posture, tone and expression. Finally, Aed stepped toward the oak, laying his hand upon its rough bark. "Truth," he declared quietly, "is not a sword to cut through lies, but a root that grows slowly, hidden from sight until it reveals itself." He turned to Cathal, asking softly, "Have you ever seen these cattle?" Cathal hesitated, then shook his head earnestly. "No, I swear upon my ancestors." Aed turned back to Fergus. "Could another perhaps seek to benefit from your loss? Is there someone whose absence you overlooked while feeling angry?" Fergus paused, uncertainty flickering across his stern face. He looked back at his men, doubt beginning to creep into his expression. "Perhaps," he admitted reluctantly. Aed nodded. "Search your own house first," he advised calmly. "The truth often lies closest to where trust is strongest." Reluctantly, Fergus agreed, ordering his warriors to search carefully and fairly. Hours passed as tension lingered, villagers whispering anxiously while waiting beneath the oak's watchful presence. Finally, a group returned, bringing with them a youth named Ronan, Fergus's own cousin, guilt and shame etched deeply into his face. Ronan confessed, explaining his actions were born of envy and foolish pride. Fergus stared in shock and sorrow, his anger melting into disappointment. The crowd murmured softly, eyes moving between the cousin and Aed, awaiting judgment. Aed approached Ronan, his gaze firm but compassionate. Restitution must be made, but forgiveness can heal wounds deeper than punishment. He turned toward Fergus. Accept a fair penance, then let anger rest beneath this oak, replaced by wisdom and mercy. Fergus nodded, his shoulders relaxing. He embraced Ronan, acknowledging family bonds stronger than pride. Cathal, exonerated, sighed deeply, gratitude filling his eyes as he bowed to Aed. As villagers dispersed peacefully, justice had been served not through vengeance, but through understanding and restoration. Aed remained briefly beneath the oak, its silent strength reinforcing his resolve. Justice, he knew, was more than judgment. It was balance, patience, and mercy woven tightly together beneath the shade of wisdom's ancient branches. Aed stood at the top of a solitary hill beneath the vast expanse of night, where the heavens stretched endlessly above. It was a sacred place, marked by a circle of ancient stones whose purpose only the druids remembered. He wrapped his cloak tighter against the biting wind, eyes lifted toward the constellations. Each star, each subtle shift in the heavens, whispered secrets known only to those who watched with patience and reverence. Tonight was the winter solstice, the longest night when darkness held sway, and the boundary between worlds grew thin. The stars gleamed brightly, clear and sharp in the frigid air. Around him, villagers gathered quietly, their breath visible in the cold, awaiting guidance for the year ahead. Aed raised his staff, carved with symbols representing the cycles of the moon and the sun, and began to speak softly. His voice carried through the silence, gentle yet filled with quiet authority. Tonight, darkness is strongest, but even now the wheel turns, the sun returns. Rebirth follows darkness as spring follows winter. Watch closely, and you will see your lives mirrored in the stars above. The villagers watched him intently, their eyes filled with wonder and trust. They depended on his insights for planting, harvesting, travel, and celebrations. He was not merely a sage, but a vital guide for their daily lives. Pointing skyward, Aed traced the outline of familiar patterns: the plough, the hunter, and the serpent. He spoke of how the hunter's path foretold the coming cold, and how the plough's position indicated the right time for planting. He explained patiently how the movement of the planets, subtle but unerring, guided decisions on marriages, battles, and journeys. As he spoke, Aed's words wove images in the minds of listeners, linking their earthly lives to the vast cosmic order. He gently reminded them that they were bound to the earth, but also children of the stars, each life reflecting the broader rhythm of existence. He then turned to the younger villagers, explaining patiently, "Each of you has a star that watches your path, guiding you toward your destiny. Learn to find your star, to read its subtle language." A young girl raised her hand timidly, her eyes wide with curiosity. "How do we find our star, Druid?" Aed smiled warmly. "Your star finds you first. In moments of quiet, under clear skies, you will feel its gaze. Listen closely, and it will whisper your purpose." Throughout the night, he taught them patiently, describing how to read omens from the flights of birds, the patterns of clouds, and the positions of the stars. His voice remained calm and reassuring, weaving understanding among the gathered villagers. As dawn began to pale the eastern horizon, Aed lowered his staff, concluding the night's teachings. The villagers dispersed quietly, hearts uplifted, their spirits buoyed by newfound clarity. Aed remained behind, gazing thoughtfully upward as the stars began to fade. He felt the quiet satisfaction of a task fulfilled, of knowledge shared. In this sacred space between earth and sky, Aed reaffirmed his role not only as a watcher of celestial movements, but as a keeper of balance, ensuring that his people lived harmoniously with the rhythms of the natural world. As the first light touched the ancient stones, he felt a deep connection, knowing that in guiding others to watch the skies, he helped them navigate the complexities of their lives below. The sky was heavy with fog, and the scent of burning wood filled the air as Aed stood atop the hill overlooking his village as usual. The Romans had come, their legions marching inexorably through lands that had remained untouched for generations. As villages succumbed to conquest, fires dotted the horizon, signalling devastation, and flames consumed forests and sacred groves. Aed, now older with silver threads in his hair, watched quietly, a deep sorrow etched into his features. His life's work had been dedicated to nurturing balance, to preserving the sacred knowledge passed down through countless generations. Now, that legacy seemed threatened by the relentless advance of Roman power. He gathered the remaining villagers who had fled to the hill for refuge. Fear filled their eyes, despair evident in their tense postures. Aed's presence, however, remained steady and reassuring, providing a beacon of calm amid chaos. "Gather around," he spoke, his voice firm but gentle, cutting through their anxiety. "We can't control the fires around us, but we can protect the flame within, our knowledge, traditions, and spirit." He knelt, scooping earth into his hands, feeling its familiar warmth and resilience. The villagers watched him, their breathing slowing, their panic easing under his calm authority. "This land has seen countless seasons," Aed continued softly. "It survived wars, weathered storms, and will endure even this. Our true strength lies not in walls or weapons, but in memory and tradition. We carry the sacred flame within us, passed down through generations. No enemy can extinguish it." He stood facing each villager in turn, his eyes filled with quiet determination. "Our task now is to protect this flame and ensure it continues to burn brightly within our children and their children after them." As he spoke, Aed directed the villagers to begin preparations, organising them into groups to gather what provisions remained, tend to the wounded, and find safe passage toward hidden glens deeper within the forests. Amid these urgent preparations, he moved quietly, providing guidance and support, ensuring morale remained steady. As night fell, Aed lit a single fire atop the hill, its flames casting flickering shadows. He invited the villagers to sit around it, sharing stories of bravery, resilience, and wisdom passed down through generations. Each story carried a lesson, a subtle reinforcement of the strength inherent within their traditions. In the quiet that followed, Aed addressed the group again. "Tomorrow we must move deeper into the forest, to places hidden from Roman eyes. There we will preserve what matters most, not our homes, but our heritage. Remember that even in darkness flames endure, within our hearts, our memories, and our stories." The villagers nodded solemnly, strengthened by his words, their despair replaced by determination. Aed remained awake long after they had settled, staring into the fire, reflecting on the cycles of time. Despite the rise and fall of empires and the arrival and departure of conquerors, the spirit of his people remained unwavering. At dawn, they moved quietly into the deeper woods, leaving behind only the smouldering remnants of their former lives. Aed walked at the head, guiding them confidently towards safety, knowing that his true purpose remained clear. It was not to resist violently, but to safeguard the soul of his people. Days turned to weeks, and slowly the immediate threat faded, as they established a hidden settlement deep within the forest. Aed continued teaching, guiding the younger villagers in druidic lore, rituals, and knowledge of the natural world. Each evening around the fire he shared stories, ensuring that the flame of their heritage continued to burn brightly. Years later, as he lay on his deathbed, Aed felt peace. Surrounded by villagers whose lives he had touched profoundly, he whispered one final message. "Remember, the flames we guard are eternal, carried forward through memory and love." His spirit passed gently, leaving behind a legacy that no conqueror could extinguish. The villagers honoured him beneath the stars, sharing stories, repeating lessons learned, and vowing to carry forward his teachings. And in their hearts, the flame Aed had protected continued to burn brightly, unyielding, guiding them through darkness toward an enduring light.